Morning light through the blinds is creeping, eyes on the clock while the world keeps sleeping. Coffee cold as my nerves keep twitching, long crime will soon be switching. On and on are all the eyes on the live stream, just my need to switch it to trial TV. Sarah Boone's in the camera's glare, suitcase secrets creeping through the air, while all she cares about is her suit and jailhouse hair. A bag of letters and made-up face, I'll save a smile from any grace. When the jury finally comes to see, she deserves craft singles and a first degree. Ooh, I'm waiting for truth to unfold, every whisper, every word so bold. Waiting for Carrie to switch on the feed, grabbing the Pop-Tarts and getting ready. Fingers crossed, the stream stays steady, my thoughts tangle, it feels so heavy. Will the testimony be true and pure? I'm on edge and I can't be cacciatore sure. Rightful truth, courtroom drama unmasking proof. The defense getting credit and giving us hope that the jury sees Boone trying them for dopes. Sarah's guilt is plain for all to see, intentional for Suitcase, second degree justice for George amidst the misery. Lost patience tried on attention's weight, verdict coming but we must wait. Echoes of doubt make my heart beat wild, I just need the facts untouched and mild. YouTube's glowing, don't let me down, in this court we'll see who wears the crown. I'm waiting for truth to unfold, every whisper, every word so bold. Waiting for Carrie to switch on the feed, grabbing the Pop-Tarts and getting ready. Fingers crossed, the stream stays steady, my thoughts tangle, it feels so heavy. Will the testimony be true and pure? I'm on edge and I can't be cacciatore sure. Ooh, I'm waiting for truth to unfold, every whisper, every word so bold. Waiting for Carrie to switch on my feet, grabbing the Pop-Tarts and getting ready. Fingers crossed, the stream stays steady, my thoughts tangle, they feel so heavy. Will the testimony be true and pure? I'm on edge and I can't take much more.
Hello, my lovelies. How are we? What's going on? I apologize for being a little late. I went down to my give a damn department and I was checking to see who was out there. Apparently, it's been closed. They closed it last week. So I can't help you with your peppermint, and I can't help you with your chips and your Pop Tarts and your shoes and whatever else you got, Miss Boone. Good to see everybody. Let me start my weekend review video and then we'll go from there. Prosecution's opening statements, I wanted them to paint a picture of what really was happening. Like, I wanted them to kind of do more of a timeline start type deal. But here's where it got screwed up. If you're just coming in, I'm going to give you like a quick 101 on what happened right before trial started on Friday. Owens comes in during the pretrial hearing, and he's got poster boards, and he's got images. Y'all, this was so 1985. I'm going to present a case using poster board. It really was. It was like, here's a chart, here's this, here's images. All of it was on this. He had tripod set up and everything, which, I know visuals are great. I'm a true proponent of visuals, okay? But all this work that he went to the quickie print and had printed out, the judge came back and said, no, you can't use this. Because, see, they had already ruled on the fact that because battered spouse syndrome has not been brought in, that all of his narrative in that, it was leading up to all of those images, the narrative that he was trying to show with those images, it was all leading up to him saying battered spouse syndrome defense. And although the judge said, you can say battered spouse syndrome in your opening, because whatever you say is not part of the evidence. However, until Sarah gets up and testifies, now we can bring in Dr. Harper to explain it and all that. If they get to that point, they'll be able to go that route. Until then, judge said no. So Owen at the last minute was all upset. And Prosecutor Jay was like, "Yeah, can we get all this out of here before the jury comes in, please? Can we while we're talking about this other subject, can we go ahead and get all this out of here?" And they were all scuffling. All of their little team was scuffling to get everything taken away out of the courtroom before the jury came in. But I think because of that, I think it messed up the prosecution's opening. Because what it came down to is the judge said at the last minute.
First, with regard to the portion of the 3.9 instruction, the purposes of opening statement is to set the table of what the issues are, what the parties believe the facts and evidence will show. It is not a proper time to be discussing law or elements of law, and that is an element of law that will be instructed to the jury at the end of the case. So the court's going to exercise its discretion for those reasons and prohibit you from using the portion of the 3.9 instruction in opening statement. You could talk about this is a job that you're going to have, but I'm not going to allow you to read portions of the instruction for those reasons at this time. With regard to what was pre-marked as A through I, the Holland case is clear. Before a defendant may introduce evidence of the victim's character, he must first show that there was an overt act by the victim at or about the time of the incident that reasonably indicated a need for self-defense. I understand your good faith belief. I take no position on whether or not you're going to make it or not. That's something that you're going to have to establish. But the concern is that the photographs, some of them are graphic in nature. The lacerations, the sutures, the bruising, facial wounds with bleeding may have such a impact such that the toothpaste cannot be placed back into the tube, assuming that overt act hurdle is not met. The court, again, takes no position on whether or not you're going to be able to meet it because I haven't heard the evidence and testimony. So court's going to exercise its discretion for those reasons. You can talk about it. You can talk about it that she was a victim. You can talk about some incidences may have happened, but I'm not going to allow the photographs at this point in time for those reasons, for your utilization of them in opening statements. Any questions or clarifications with regards to the court's ruling? State.
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right. Are we prepared to bring in our jury at this time?
Got two other issues.
They've been waiting for an hour and 20 minutes, Counselor.
We intend to play the 2-minute Suitcase video to the jury in opening statement.
State.
What did y'all think when he said that? I was like, were y'all surprised when he said that? After going through all of that, did he actually? Well, we were going to do that, Judge.
Again, I'm asking you to urge your discretion. They're going to hear it in the next 2 days of court. It's within your discretion whether we're going to start using exhibits during opening statement.
What's the other issue, sir?
I need to approach the bench on the
Okay. With regard to the video, I'm not going to allow proposed exhibits to be used in opening statements. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I'm not going to allow your photographs, not going to allow the state to do anything. You can orally talk about what you believe the evidence and testimony is going to show, but the actual evidence is going to have to be presented here through witnesses or through demonstration and publication after that evidence is admitted. Y'all can approach.
Both of them were limited on what they could present in the opening statements, which is why we were so underwhelmed with opening statements. Because if you think about it, we weren't just underwhelmed on the prosecution side, we were underwhelmed on the defense side too. We just thought James Owens was going to come in and, do this whole circus routine, right? Well, they didn't give him a chance to. It's a struggle with these opening statements. Just look, they fixed the audio. They fixed it in the courtroom. And you even saw the chick from Julie from Court TV even came up and said, God, we know it's bad, but we can't do nothing about it. I guess he did the best he could with what he had. And I'm thinking about this. If I were to look at this case, if I were to listen, I almost have to listen to it and think about a fictional couple. I literally do. I'm like, okay, let me think of a fictional couple. Because if I think about Sarah Boone and the way she's been and how she's acted towards everyone since she's been arrested, then I get, I have that bias on her, right? So let me just think of a fictional couple. And so I listened, and I feel after listening to the prosecution's opening on this fictional couple, I'm seeing him laying out what the defense is going to come back and say. And I'm like, well, that's he said, she said. They both were drinking a lot, it looked like. And I'm thinking, we're just talking about a couple here that's like, they just are alcoholics. And I don't know if there's enough intent there. Okay, this goes back to, what is the jury looking for? Something that the prosecution said early on in his opening, and it's something that we need to keep in mind throughout this entire trial. She had malicious intent. She showed no regard for his well-being, no regard for whether he lived or died. Those are the key factors that we're looking for in this. So let me go over here and share this tab with you guys. If you Google, I know, but I mean, you have to Google Florida law too, by the way, if you're going to Google this and look it up. What is proof of second-degree murder in Florida? A prosecutor must prove a defendant acted without regard for human life. They lacked premeditation and planning and acted with a depraved mind. Well, we're going to see that when we listen to the videos, right? So they don't have to show that she planned all this, because I know a lot of people were like, oh, she's in it. They don't need that. Forget that. They don't need all that. They do not have to prove in second-degree murder, they do not have to prove intent to kill. That is huge, you guys. And that is where the defense has to combat that. Florida statute outlines second-degree murder as the unlawful killing of a human being when perpetrated by an act infinitely dangerous to another and evincing a depraved mind regardless of human life, although without any premeditated design to affect the death of any particular individual. So really going into this case, the prosecution, that's all they have to do. They don't have to show that she did it on purpose. They don't have to show that she planned it. They just have to show that she left him there and went up to sleep. Really, if you think about it. I want to say, now that I've stopped and listened to both of those back to back, both with bad audio, okay, I'm leaning towards the fact that I thought James Owens got a lot more information out in the same amount of time as Prosecutor Jay did, which is not good. Okay, here are my notes that I took while listening to this. You're talking about a couple that's down and out. Their life centered around alcohol, and not just alcohol. He emphasizes that it's a disease, which it is, but he emphasizes it. Alcohol abuse syndrome. It affected their lives tremendously, their ability to have a job and keep a job. Their relationship was tumultuous. They were codependent upon one another. Then you add in the domestic violence. Jorge Torrez abused Sarah Boone. She suffered from psychological effects in over 3 years together. You're going to see justifiable use of deadly force. And when you see that, he wants them to consider prior acts. Key to him, prior acts. He said, I need y'all to keep an open mind. Focus on the date of the event, the public's video. You know, George is the one that goes back and gets that second bottle of wine. And Sarah was like, oh, she knew it was coming. She knew that he was going to get tore up. George was jealous. And when he drank, he got moody. He even did say, he mentioned sad. He said he gets moody and it gets physical. And sometimes even forceful in the bedroom. I guess I'll put it that way. What he says here in this next portion, what he just said there and what he says in this next portion, all stolen from the Marsha Thompson case, kids. All stolen from that case. Feel free to go back and watch it, or watch the video that we did on Marsha Thompson. And the fact that, this is where James Owen is an idiot. He mentions the Marsha Thompson case when he gets up on the courthouse steps in his first interview, letting everybody know he took the case. And he tells everyone he's going to use that same thing. that Marsha Thompson, she was acquitted on all of her charges when she unalived her husband. So he keeps going on with the Marsha Thompson stuff. And then he says, it's a large suitcase. I noticed he put that in there. And George is malnourished. They don't eat properly. And there's a paper clip on the zipper. And she zips him up and they laugh. And his face is facing the zipper. And he has an opening to get out. It's a unique form of physical restraint. But what I need y'all to pay attention to is that 11 minutes in between those videos. That is key to the case, is what he says. So I guess we know now he's going to tell us all that happened in that 11 minutes. And he says, so the suitcase was turned upside down. She flips it back over so that he can get out. And the medical examiner is going to come in and she's going to show bruising on George. And Sarah will explain how that happened. It happened with a bat. The same bat that Jorge Torrez threatened Sarah with. See, we have a video that you're going to see of him swinging the bat around in a threatening manner. Sarah's not perfect. She drinks a lot. She's smart, but she was a sheltered child and not very worldly. So she relies on the only family she had, which was her ex-husband, Brian, who she has a child with. You know, she couldn't leave George. She tried. She changed the locks, and he kept coming back. That sounded pretty damn good, y'all. Okay, but we're just at the beginning of this thing, so let's not panic. Not yet, anyway. The state's going the same direction that we all have known about what's happening in this trial for a long time. So that could be probably why maybe it's not as effective to me. I'm trying to keep my mind open on focus on a different couple, not Sarah and George, but I feel like there's a lot of things that are being explained by James Owens that are going to help the jury think that Sarah is a victim, which is what his job is, which is what he's trying to do. I just don't know. Are they going to fall for it? So I do feel like that circus routine is still coming when they get to start presenting their witnesses. But again, I'm not an attorney. Everybody's in the comments because I started to respond back to some people and I'm like, oh my gosh, I just need to do a video because I got too much I want to say about this. All right, what have we seen? We've seen the victim's brother. We've seen the defendant's ex-husband, 2 key witnesses we were very much looking forward to seeing, right? But there was limited testimony there. Number one, Juan Torrez, when he was called, he wasn't asked that many questions by the prosecution. And I don't know if that was on purpose. Here's the thing. So Prosecutor Jay did the openings, right? And then we have Cacciatore that's doing all of the questioning. I think he had all of the witnesses that came up Friday. I'm not sure I understand that whole part of why that played out that way. But he doesn't have the same effect. He doesn't have the same snark as Prosecutor Jay does. At the same time, I mean, that could work to our benefit in the sense that maybe somebody that might be turned off by Prosecutor Jay's attitude, and I don't say that in a bad way. I just mean, when I say attitude, anybody's attitude towards something. It could be a good or bad. Somebody might be turned off by his attitude because they don't know the whole case yet, right? So Cacciatore coming in with more of a level, just presenting the facts might actually do better for the jury. It's just a thought. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just trying to figure out what the jury's saying. We know why we were underwhelmed because we know all the facts. I really think that we built this damn case up so much, you guys, that we were expecting this thing to, it's like looking at, remember in The Wizard of Oz, when she first landed on Oz and she's inside the cabin or the little house. And then when she opens the door and steps out, it goes from black and white to color. We expected the color. That's what we expected. And we expected it to happen in opening remarks. I know, at least that's the way I feel. That's the way I feel about it. That's not what's happening here right now. We've got 2 weeks, if not more, left for them to present their case. It did seem Friday felt so rushed, though. I was like, okay, because I was literally doing timestamps so that I could go back and stamp this stuff for you guys. And between Juan Torrez coming up to the stand and Devin Jamro coming up to the stand, there was less than 20-minute time difference. So it was like, get up there and get down. Now, what's going to help us in some of this is if they're putting cacciatore against Henderson, and if I had to choose which one I like the best, I'm going to go with cacciatore because Henderson, there's nothing this man has done in this trial that I thought was any good. I mean, I was worried these guys were going to be like top notch guys coming in to represent her. I'm not worried about that now. I will say that when Kevin Beck got up and talked, though, and he was going after the CSI, Melissa Roughgarden, he was pretty tough. And I guess he's going to be their guy that comes in and does that kind of stuff. Okay, let's see. My thoughts. All right, so Juan Torres gets on the stand 20 minutes later. Devin Jamro gets on the stand. We're all excited because we're finally getting to figure out who this guy is, why all of his information's been redacted. He gets up there and I think he was on the stand for literally 2-minute difference between when he was called and the next person was called. I'm probably exaggerating a little bit, but he got up there. They said, are these receipts from your store? Yes. Is this a CCTV surveillance footage from your store? Yep. Okay, thanks. And he was let go. I like it better when they introduce the evidence and then they show the evidence to the damn jury. To me, it works better. It plays better. I don't know. Is it just a preference? Is it because of the way this trial has gone? Is prosecution scared of opening a door that's going to allow the defense to come in and do something sneaky? It could be. But I don't. I'm trying to understand. Why would you sit there and go, here's the Publix receipts and here's the surveillance footage, and then you don't follow up with why this person just came to the stand and did this? If you're, remember, people on the jury, most of them are laymen like all of us. I mean, you guys know a lot more than the people on the jury probably. Obviously, they're not watching true crime because they're on the jury. So when you think about it, it's like they're sitting there going, okay, that was quick. So there's some receipts from Publix. Okay. And then several hours later, they bring out these bottles of wine and they don't connect the wine and the receipts. It's just, I don't like the way this is laid out. I would prefer them say, here's the witness and keep him on the stand because we're going to play the CCTV footage, or just play a portion of it. Just show a portion of it for us, please. Let us see something. Give us something to say, oh, okay, to connect the mention of that with what you're going to show us down the road, because that could make it look like the prosecution is just bringing in all this extra stuff that doesn't matter to the jury. Remember, the jury's going to see a lot of stuff in a very short period of time. We need connections. I don't know. I'm not an attorney. How dare me tell these people how to do their job? I get pissed when people come on here and tell me how to do mine on YouTube, but I'm thinking out loud. I'm venting frustrations that I think some of you guys have as well. All right. So then within 5 minutes, we'll say within 5 minutes, they bring in the 911 call taker. Then within another 5 minutes, Vinny gets on the stand. Then within 15 minutes, Brandon gets on the stand. Then they go to lunch and they're all scratching their head going, okay. Right. So then when Brian Boone got up, he was up there, 5 minutes maybe? Now they're going to recall him. He'll be recalled. Another person that they can recall if they want to is Brandon Moats, one of the neighbors that lived right next door to their unit. And another person they can recall is Juan Torrez, George's brother. And they can also recall the CSI tech and Abraham Marino. So Brian gets up on the stand. He's there maybe 5-10 minutes. Then they play the 911 call. Then Abraham Marino gets up on the stand. Within another 15 minutes, you got Kayla Rodriguez, the first deputy to be on scene. She gets up there. She was probably up there longer than most. And they took the afternoon break. And then the deputy Martinez, the second guy on scene, second deputy on scene, he got up there, was there for maybe 10 minutes. And then they brought up the CSI, Melissa Ruffgarden. And then after that, they dismissed the jury. But you know what the best part? The best part about the entire day was, let me play it right here for you. This is my favorite part. First, yes, she was laughing. If anybody wants to know, she was laughing right there.
Objection to States 11.
Let me go back twice. See how she turns around and does a smirk? They're fixing to pull the suitcase out.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as A will be received into evidence without objection to States 11.
Was she just smirking?
Your Honor, at this time I ask for permission to publish State's A to the jury.
You may.
Now watch when she goes to open the suitcase, you guys. Lengthwise.
You open the inside of it.
I feel like the suitcase I just took to France was bigger than that. Because it comes up like past my hip.
Look at how she's having trouble getting it unzipped, y'all.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh. Oh, snap, Sam. She can't even get it zipped on.
Oh my god.
Look at Hendrix. He's like, oh shit. This is like an OJ moment. This is like the glove moment. An OJ. It looks like it's a deep suitcase, but it's
Yeah.
not tall. So what did y'all think about that? I wish they could replay that to the jury. And I wish she would have zipped the suitcase back up. So when they pull it back out again, they're going to have to zip it up again. Surely the jury is going to say, okay, well, can we see the suitcase? Are we allowed to touch it? And I don't know if they're allowed to touch it or not, but they say, can you open it and close it for us? And then somebody's going to have to be there opening and closing it for them. So that'll be interesting for them to watch that because they want to see that. If they're paying attention, they're going to say, we need to see that again. Jury will have evidence in the room and all videos. But Pumpkin Porter, can they touch the suitcase, though? I don't know if they can touch it. Okay, so let's look at some of these videos, you guys.
When you enter the residence, what is the first area just off to the right of the front door?
That would be the kitchen.
Showing you it's been marked as State's 11.
Yes, so this is just inside the door. To the right, there is the kitchen area.
He sure did put those pictures up fast and pull them down fast. He didn't take any time doing that. I don't know. Do they feel like they need more time to get all this other stuff done, or was he nervous? I couldn't tell. I was just like, okay, slow down, fella. And he didn't even put all the photos up. But I know that all the photos have been introduced into evidence, so the jury will get to see them all. Yes, she did really good, the CSI lady. I thought so, too. I couldn't keep it up there in case they weren't sure.
Showing you State's 14. What is this a photo of?
So this is the counter with the sink in the kitchen.
All right, what do we have over here, guys? We got a coffee carafe over to the right. It looks like 2 coffee carafes. I can't tell what's going on over here to the right. Look at a lot of stuff. It looks like all the stuff to the left is like, it's like their junk area. It's where they sit everything when they come in or something. You know what I mean? It doesn't look like they're utilizing it for cooking area or anything like that. Let's see.
And there's also the open area just above where you can see into the living room.
Showing you State's composite photo 19.
Yes.
What is this?
This is a hutch inside the kitchen. You can see in the background, that is where that first photo of the kitchen was taken. So that's the entryway.
Yeah, you got your entry right over here behind this wall. That's her cell phone right there in the middle next to the plant. Looks like it's got a broken face on it, doesn't it? The screen's broken. And it looks like in that little bin next to the table or the counter, it looks like kids' walkie-talkies.
And then this is the hutch, and there is a cell phone on the hutch in the kitchen. This is the trash can in the kitchen. You can also see the hutch we were just looking at there.
So this is facing out into the front of the unit. So you can see the window right there behind the trash can. So the entrance is over to the left or to the right of this video of this photo. I guess he was just trying to lay the room out here.
This is the contents of the trash can. You can see 2 wine bottles on the top of the trash.
Did you also find receipts in that trash can as well?
Yes. These are those same wine bottles and 3 Publix receipts that were removed from the trash can.
Did you take these items and collect them into?
See, why do they keep mentioning this third receipt? Where's this other bottle at, you guys? I don't know why I'm stuck on it. I can't get stuck off of it. I don't know why I can't. I just want to know why there's 3 receipts and only 2 bottles. Is something going to come up with this bottle being broken somewhere in the house? Oh, Lord. Listen to me. I'm starting rumors again. I don't mean to start a rumor. I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm salaciously speculating. Okay?
The evidence in this case.
Yes, I did.
I know it was the day before, but they still don't have a copy of the bottle. And I mean, wouldn't it have been in that trash can still? I mean, I don't know.
Yes, this is just in further into the entryway. You can see the living room.
Of course, they're not going to show that because it's got him in there.
Photo 35 from the composite.
This is another photo of the living room. You can see the victim located on the floor and a suitcase in the bottom corner of the photograph.
Photo 36.
This is another photograph in the living room. This is that wall we saw in the kitchen there with the opening. You can also see a wooden baseball bat leaning against the wall.
Okay, I'm not trying to be gross or anything, but you guys notice how his hands are balled up? It briefly showed him. Maybe she had taken the trash out the day before the container in the first bottle. I thought about that too, but there's an awful lot of trash in there. I mean, it was almost like a full trash can. You think she tried to hide the bottles? Maybe. Maybe they found another bottle hidden somewhere. I don't know.
That baseball bat collected into evidence in this case.
Yes, it was.
Photo 38.
This is, excuse me. This is also a photograph of the living room, just the other side of the room.
Okay, what I think is interesting about this photo is that if you look out onto the patio, it looks like they've got some more stuff out there that wasn't there. That when we saw the September, I think it was September 4th, 2019 video, which was just a couple of months before this happened, these items weren't out on the patio. There was just like 2 little lawn chairs. Now, I think there was a lawn chair. Maybe that's what that is right there to the very right of on the window. Maybe that's a lawn chair. But that little thing right there outside the door, I don't know if it's a chair or if it's a ottoman, but it wasn't there before. But you'll see the big chairs over to the right. It's like a double love seat type thing, recliners. That's where she would have been sitting when she took her videos. And someone else said to pay attention to the fact that it looks like the floors have been vacuumed. Like she was trying to clean up.
Photo 43 from the composite.
Yes. This photograph was taken in the living room. You can see the stairs leading to the second floor.
Okay, this was a key picture for me because I was like, okay, there is not a lot of space in between the doggy gate and this little hutch or whatever is right here at the end of the staircase. Like coming and going. If somebody were to fall down the stairs, they would have fallen and hit that hutch. Suitcase would have fallen and hit that hutch. But there's nothing on the ground. It's all been picked up. So it does kind of make you wonder, did she clean up? But there's another picture coming up, so hang on.
45.
This is a photograph of the living room just from the other side of the room. You can see the front door in the middle back of the photo. This is a more close-up photograph of the suitcase.
The bat's right there to the left.
Photo 50.
This is a photograph of one of the zippers on the suitcase.
Photograph 51.
This is a close-up picture of that same zipper.
Okay, so this one had one of those pink. It looks like a pink paper clip, like that you would purchase at, like, you know how they have the colored paper clips that you can get? That's what it looks like. Didn't she say it was a paper clip or something? But I didn't see anything like that on the other zipper.
Zipper. There is no zipper pull on it. It appeared to be a small wire of some sort, the pink wrapped around the zipper. This is the zipper on the other side of the suitcase.
Just for the record, that's photograph 52. Six 53 from this composite.
The close-up image of that same zipper. There's also no zipper pull on that one.
Yeah, there's nothing. Okay. Look right there. You got two. No, that zipper's from the inside, isn't it? That black zipper. That's something on the inside. Never mind.
Photo 54 from the composite.
This is the contents of the suitcase after just lifting the lid.
Photo 56 from the composite.
More of a close-up image of the items. There were miscellaneous papers and paperwork, some clothing items, and apparent blood inside the suitcase.
Okay, so there's a silver tie right there that's wrapping around. There's a hat up to the right side, up in the right-hand corner of the suitcase. And the red on the hat is blood because she does say that. Looks to be some blood also. I don't know. Maybe that's what the Nike is. Maybe that's not. Maybe that's where the Nike symbol is. It's coming off the hat, and that's blood on the hat right there. It's hard to tell, but do you guys see the red, something red up at the very top? Maybe that's not blood. But that's definitely blood on the hat. Okay.
What items, what apparent blood was inside the suitcase?
It was observed on the white cap and a necktie, and there was also visible blood just on the interior of the suitcase.
Photo 57 from the composite.
The contents of the suitcase, but you can see the white cap more clearly and the blood observed on it.
They didn't show it to us. Ah! Come on, y'all.
58 from the composite.
You can see the necktie with blood. It appeared to be silver multicolored. And then there's also a diazepam syringe in the plastic casing there. It was prescribed to the victim. That is the miscellaneous papers and paperwork that was removed from.
Okay, so that's paperwork that I was seeing right there. Whatever that red thing is right there. I don't think that's blood on the paperwork.
The suitcase.
But that definitely wasn't going to Goodwill.
Photo 62 from the composite.
That's the suitcase after all of the items were removed.
Photo 64 from the composite.
Yes, that is what appeared to be some like small pieces of paper that appeared to be soaked with blood.
Is this inside of the suitcase?
Yes.
Photo 65 from the composite.
That is the baseball bat that was laying against the wall in the living room. This is back to the stairs to the second floor in the living room.
Okay, this is the other picture I wanted to look at. Okay, so this is like one of those ladder style little hutches at the end of the staircase. And then there's a planter, like a plant at the end of that. So here's what I was thinking, you guys. If somebody was thrown down the stairs or the suitcase was thrown down the stairs, it would have hit that hutch. Stuff would have fallen off that hutch. Possibly this plant stand would have been tossed over. There would have been, if it's not fake, I don't think it's fake. There would have been soil on the floor from the plant. Again, unless she cleaned up, and that's what she was doing with all this free time that she had. That we were trying to figure out what was going on. She was trying to do a cover up. Now, we don't have to look at the other ones. The rest of them are just normal pictures, but I do want to show you guys one more.
Photo
that I thought was relevant.
Getting closer to the stairs.
I didn't see any marks on the staircase whatsoever when they showed these pictures. I kept thinking there's got to be like scuff marks or something, but it could just be the bad images that we're looking at.
These are the steps leading to the second floor before I proceed up to the second floor.
This is photo 71 from the record. Photo 72 from the
I want you guys to focus on the bed in
portion of the stairs
the
leading to the
master
second floor.
bedroom. I think Sean caught this. I think Sean's the one that told me to. If it's not Sean, I apologize. Whoever sent me an email said, look at that. Why would her bed be
This is the
made?
hallway. You can see a closet in the hallway and then the door to one of the bedrooms.
This appears to be a child's room.
Yes, it did.
Photo 79 from the closet.
This is a photograph within the child's bedroom. This is the door leading to the other bedroom upstairs.
Look at these pictures right here, you guys. Does it look like the bed's made? It's a white style bedspread, but they're
Leading
going to
to the
show
other
another photo
bedroom
of it.
upstairs.
She could have slept on top of the covers and everything, though, if she was that wasted the night before, but I don't know.
Also contain a bathroom.
Yes, it did. This is the bed within that bedroom.
It looks kind of sort of made up to me. It's hard to tell because the covering is so light and the light's coming in, but it looks as if even if she just pulled the covers up over, up to the top or whatever. You guys, so she does that. She adjusts her bed. It looks like she might have even vacuumed. We don't know if she did, but it looks like she might have. She obviously picked up some stuff. She obviously put the wine bottles in the trash can. Yeah, it's sloppily made. Good point, Mel. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Yet she doesn't put a freaking bra on, which I swear still bothers me. I don't care what anybody says. It bothers me. And I just felt like it was all very, like she was trying to cover stuff up. I don't know. She is all about appearances. Wonder Joy says, once she realized he was dead, she knew people would be in the townhouse, so it needed to be impeccable. I wonder. Steven says he didn't think she went upstairs. Mel says, I don't think she ever went to bed. I think she slept on the couch. Northwest said, but they cleaned the day before. Yeah, I know. KPM says I bet she cleaned all night. So that's kind of, you just kind of wonder what, and we'll never know. She's not going to tell us. She's never going to give it up. We're sleuthers. We need to know what happened, Casey. She tried to cover it up, yet she forgot the phone recordings. Thank you, McAddict. That's a cute name. McAddict. Let's talk about what's going on here today. The big word of the day is, I guess, finally people are starting to realize that this motion that was put up on the docket I guess it was about 2 nights ago. It's regarding the attorney fees for Owens and team. And I don't know how it got back to the prosecutor, how it came up. I'm almost thinking that maybe he's already signed a deal with somebody. Maybe he's already got something in the works for movie rights or a book deal. And I'm thinking the reason that the prosecutor may know something about it is because possibly there were new cameras brought in for this specific purpose of something like this, right? I'm not certain. I'm just kind of like trying to figure out, like, how would they have figured that out? Because, Owens, he would have tried to do it on DL, right? So listen to this motion that I've got here for you guys really quickly. It's only like 4 minutes, so let's listen in. Okay, listen closely, everyone. State's request for in-camera hearing regarding financial arrangements between the defendant and defense team. So the state is pointing out that the defendant obviously has claimed to be indigent. She had several appointed lawyers prior to forfeiting her right to an appointed attorney. The defendant is receiving costs for money from JAC because of her indigency. Apparently, only the investigator, Billy Lane, from Prison Break Investigations, is being paid by the JAC. The defendant has secured the services of 4 attorneys. 4. Well, yeah, I guess they're counting the paralegal, I guess, and a jury/trial consultant, and perhaps more people that the state is unaware of at this time. The defense team is expending a tremendous amount of cost, having traveled from Milton, Florida to Orlando, Florida for several-week trial. The team returned to Milton, Florida prior to the arrival of Hurricane Milton in Central Florida, and then traveled back after it had passed, incurring additional cost. The state is concerned about a potential conflict of interest between the defendant and her team. And they reference the Florida Bar Rule 4.1.8d. The only way for the court to know if there is an actual conflict of interest rather than a potential conflict of interest is to review the financial arrangements between the defendant and her team. If there is an actual conflict, the defendant can waive this right with clear, unequivocal, and unambiguous language. For a waiver to be valid, the record must show that the defendant was aware of the conflict of interest, that the defendant realized the conflict could affect the defense, and the defendant knew the right to obtain other counsel. The state is requesting the court to conduct an in-camera examination of the financial arrangement to assure that there is no actual conflict of interest, and if there is an actual conflict of interest, the defendant validly waives any actual conflict of interest.
All right, moving now to the motion. I have reviewed that motion.
Judge, we were not aware of the motion until he made mention of it, so we need some time for the lawyers to review it, for us to discuss it, and to see whether or not it has merit or not.
Okay. It was e-filed last night, looks like 9:37, and then sent courtesy copy to myself through Ms. Barrios and you, Mr. Owens, at 9:38 last night. I'll give the opportunity to review that. We can address it after the lunch hour. And that'll give the court the opportunity to do any research during the lunch hour on it as well. All right. Anything else, Mr. J?
I looked at it briefly. I'm not for sure exactly what the allegation is. I don't know if we need to talk about that. So excuse me?
I'm
Can
not.
we approach the bench?
Sure. Come on up, y'all.
Well,
All right. Thank you all very much. With regard to that motion, we're going to table that for now and address it potentially this afternoon.
okay, so what happened there was they've decided to have a meeting in chambers regarding this. I don't know when it occurred or if it even has occurred yet.
February 24th, 2020, the time now is approximately 17:16 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. My first recording on a separate digital recorder, the memory became full and we could no longer record. But I am in my unmarked agency vehicle with, can you state your name, ma'am? Sarah Boone. And my partner, Detective Scott Lowen. We are outside in my unmarked agency vehicle outside of 4748 France Lane, number 3 in Winter Park, collecting a statement from Sarah. Okay, Sarah, just for recording purposes, because it did technically stop and I wasn't able to say the time that it stopped prior, we have not talked anything further, not on recording. Correct. Okay, and you do understand that you don't have to speak with me if you don't want to, correct? Yes. Okay, perfect. All right. So I think I asked you, my last question was, and I'm not sure if you may have answered or not, but my last question was, you guys were just playing to have fun, and it wasn't like something you do right before like sex thing. No. Or it's just because you were being silly. Okay. But you do say that you are intimate. Are you guys intimate every single night? No, not every single night. Okay. But I mean, did you think it was gonna happen last night? Yes. Did you guys talk about it, or you just assumed like, oh, we're probably gonna have sex tonight? Yes. Okay,
Which is normally after we do the puzzles and artwork and everything, yes.
okay,
We were just having a good time,
okay.
just enjoying each other's company,
And so,
dancing with the dogs.
mhm. At any point, when he was in the suitcase, did you hear him say, please let me out?
No.
Was he?
We were laughing about it.
Yeah, okay. Did you make any jokes about it? Oh, you're in the suitcase, because I know you had said that you were left upstairs and he didn't basically come find you. Did you make any jokes about, oh, okay, well,
No.
now you're in the suitcase?
No.
Okay. But I'm assuming the game was over, like you guys weren't gonna continue to play hide and seek anymore? Like you went upstairs and went into the room?
Right, waiting for him.
Okay. And you said you laid down?
Yes, the dogs got in the bed.
Do you guys sleep together in the room every single night?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Okay. And which side of the bed do you sleep on? Like if
It's, okay, here's the bed. I'm on the left side, he's on the right-hand side. Because I've got Lucas's pictures over here, he's got his kids' pictures over here.
okay, so you're
So towards
closer
the
to
wall.
the door or closer to the other? Are you closer to the door to exit your room or is he closer?
He is.
Okay. So where the pictures of Lucas are on that side, that's your side?
Correct.
Okay. And is that where you slept last night? Did you sleep in the middle of the bed? Did you sleep on your side of the
I
bed?
slept on my side.
Your side? Okay. And I noticed there's like one pillow on the bed and then there were like 3 up against the closet.
Mm-hmm.
Are those his pillows and he brings them into bed or what's?
No, when I woke up, what I normally do is, I don't know if you noticed the mice that we have in there, Lucas's mice.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll make the bed, excuse me, clean the mouse cage, and then go downstairs.
Okay.
So, but what I'm saying is that normally I'll fix that upstairs and then I'll head downstairs.
Okay.
So that's why those were over here, was because I was trying to fix the bed a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Were they in the bed prior? Like when you went to sleep, how many pillows were in your bed?
We only have the 2.
You have 2. Okay.
Well, it's the 2 white ones and the king-size ones when we watch movies.
Mm-hmm.
We'll put behind the white one and then the bird pillow just goes in between everybody else.
Okay. Do you use one pillow to sleep or do you each have one, right? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so you just basically didn't finish making the bed, is my understanding. That's why the pillows are up against there's like 3 pillows
Correct.
up against the closet.
Yes.
They're like standing.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I'll move all the pillows off and then I'll shake out the bed and then put everything back together.
Okay. Okay. And did he say anything to you while he was in the suitcase? I know you guys were laughing, joking, but was any jokes made? Was anything said?
No, nothing negative or anything like, I'm telling you.
Just
like,
anything that he said, like.
we were laughing about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and I waited for him upstairs.
Did you tell him you were going upstairs or?
No, I did not. I literally went upstairs to wait for him.
Was the line, was it all gone at this point while you guys were playing hide and seek?
I think so.
Okay. Is it, at that point, I mean, I don't know how often you drink, but would you say that you were under the influence and he was under the influence, or?
Well, I mean, we weren't drunk.
Weren't drunk, okay.
We weren't drunk. I mean, we had a handful of glasses throughout the evening.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we weren't like inebriated where you couldn't drive. You could still, I mean, we were compass mentis. That's what I'll say. Both of us were compass mentis.
Okay.
You're going to explain that one to me.
Yeah, I don't know what that word means.
I mean, we had our wits about ourselves.
Okay.
That's why he and I were playing.
That's the thing though, this isn't a trick question. You're at your home, you're consenting adults. If you're drinking, say you were drunk, there's no law against it.
Right.
Nobody's judging you. You're at home.
Neither one of us were drunk.
Okay.
We were just,
I'm just trying
At
to
the
let
giddy
you know
stage.
that's from, okay.
that's what it was. Listening to music again, dancing with the dogs.
Okay. Well, luckily his blood alcohol level will show us on the autopsy as well too. So, you know, we have that as well. Okay, so,
There was no ill will between the two of us last night.
yeah.
Not,
When's the last time you guys have gotten into an argument?
maybe last week.
Okay. Over just normal relationship stuff or?
It's a little bit of everything because he and I both stressing about jobs.
Right.
It's been extremely depressing for him where he worked up here at it used to be an Ace Hardware, but Ace dropped them as a franchise because of how bad the store is going down. And he thoroughly enjoyed his job and everybody he worked with. But it's between stuff like that, and then of course we've got the bills that we have to pay, and I've been having to ask Brian, my former husband, for money to pay for electricity and hot water for Lucas and groceries.
Okay.
So I think that, of course, because he can't support me, has been bothering him, which is why I bought a new puzzle for the two of us to do.
Right.
And that's what we were working on in the painting.
Okay. Do you guys normally argue often, not often, weekly, every other?
It all depends on like if he had a good day or a bad day kind of thing, where he would just be happy to come home and see me because he knows that it's going to get better. And then most of the time he would go for a drink and we would sit on the back porch. He would tell me about his day.
Mm-hmm.
And we would have a glass of wine and then kind of start our evening-ish kind of thing and smoke. But then we would go inside because we're tired of being outside. And then that's when we started to do the art and puzzles. And then listening to music and playing with the dogs. And it's a thing, tag your it kind of thing.
Gotcha. Is there anything he drinks specifically, like his go-to drink, or?
It's honestly whatever it is we can afford.
Okay.
Which is why we used to drink like liquor, but
Right.
like months ago,
Right.
which is why we have the wine.
Wine. Okay.
What did you guys make for dinner last night?
He made a pork sandwich with cheese. And what was it that I ate? I think I made a sandwich. And some chips.
You guys didn't have to go out and get anything? You had everything there?
Yes.
Like a sandwich, or like a deli sandwich, like deli meat sandwich, or do you think you had pork ham? Like a ham?
I made a pork one the other day for him and Lucas.
Mm-hmm.
And there were leftovers, so he
had that.
He made a pork loin sandwich with cheese, and I had there's ham in the
Ham sandwich with chips. Okay.
Does he normally come up to bed, or will he do the typical guy thing where he's downstairs and will fall asleep on the couch?
I mean, he's done that before just because of his crappy day that he had, but yes, we sleep in the same bed.
You normally sleep in
Yes.
the same bed. Do you guys go to bed at the same time?
Most of the time, yes, but because he's been very excited about looking for a job, he might stay downstairs for half an hour, 45 minutes, and then would come upstairs and he and I would watch movies together until it was just, okay, there's no more movies that we want to watch. And then we would just turn the lights off and go to sleep.
Last night, when you said you went upstairs, do you have like a ritual that you do prior to going to bed? Like, do you brush your teeth, wash your face, put on TV? Is there any like normal things that you do?
Me and myself, No, I mean, I'll go upstairs, maybe like rinse my mouth out with Listerine.
Okay. Do you recall what you did last night?
I just got in the bed with the dogs,
Okay.
waiting for him.
And how long do you think you were up waiting for him until you passed out?
I wouldn't say I necessarily passed out.
Oh,
obviously. Yes, he knows too that I'll go upstairs sometime because of how tired I am,
Mm-hmm.
which is why he'll just give me my space a little bit. Maybe I'll watch a show and then he'll come upstairs. So, I mean, nothing out of the ordinary.
No, I know, but last night, how long do you think it was prior to you falling asleep?
Oh.
Like, how long did you wait up for him?
Maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I mean, I literally, I dozed off, warm in the bed with the dogs, waiting for him.
Okay.
I didn't even bother turning the TV on. Just got in the bed. He knows too that I would go upstairs because of how tired I am. He knows. Like, I'm mentally exhausted. So.
Who usually gets up first? I mean, are you an early riser, or is he an early riser?
He is.
Or he's usually an early riser?
Yeah, he has to be at work by 8 o'clock, so he'll usually wake up at like 6:30-ish if I don't have Lucas.
How long has he been out of work?
Gosh, maybe, well, he did some odd job stuff up there. But I think his last day was like Friday 2 weeks ago.
So he hasn't worked in about 2 weeks?
Yes.
And during that 2 week period, has he maintained just his body naturally wakes up early, or does he?
Yes, it's his body clock.
Okay. What time is that normally?
Like 6:30, 6:45-ish. But again, if I have Lucas here, I have to take him to school, so we're up at like 6:30. I'm feeling really like weird, guys, like lightheaded.
Right.
Like I feel really weird right now.
You feel like you're gonna be sick?
No, I'm not sick, just, I don't know.
Do you need food?
I haven't even fed my dogs today. The mice need to be taken care of still. I don't think they have any food. But again, I'm gonna use downstairs on the laptop, so he can use the laptop and then I'll use the laptop afterwards.
So it wasn't, when you woke up this morning, it wasn't out of the ordinary that he wasn't there?
What do
You
you
didn't
think?
wake up this morning and go, oh, where's George? You woke up thinking, okay, George got up like he normally does before me.
And it's downstairs on the laptop looking for jobs.
You had made a comment earlier that he's losing his teeth.
Yes.
What is
I think we don't know. I think that's one of the things subconsciously that has been really on his mind also, is that he keeps losing his teeth. Like, pieces would break off. He lost a whole molar or something in the back the other day while we're eating. And then he keeps talking about how his chest, and I'm blaming it on stress.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that is. I don't know what the teeth thing is. I know it can't be a good sign.
You said he got into, you said an argument, but he had a bunch of facial injuries where he had reconstructive surgery.
Yes.
So he and his brother got into
Yes.
this fight?
Oh my gosh, it was horrific, yes.
Was it, I mean, usually when you have that much damage, it's more than just a fist fight. His brother hit him with something?
No, wait till you guys see Mo. Mo is a gorilla. Like,
It is possibly that's what's causing the teeth to get messed up?
Did they have to do work on his teeth or his jaw or
just
anything?
his eyes.
His eyes.
Just the orbital sockets?
Yes. Well, and they fixed his nose too.
Now, the damage to his eyes, is that still, I mean, is it noticeable or?
No,
Okay, so when they fixed the sockets, they came back and you couldn't tell that they had been damaged?
I couldn't tell, but his children recognize it, where they say he doesn't look like the same dad.
Okay.
But to me, I never noticed it.
No other damage to the jaw, the forehead, anything like that?
No. It was just his eyes and his nose.
Bless you.
You said he's been complaining of chest pains?
He had mentioned it a couple times, where I'm just blaming it on stress. But again, I kept trying to encourage him with or without money, go to a walk-in clinic.
Yeah.
You'll eventually get a bill. But the teeth thing has been worrying me also, and I didn't want to say anything to him about it. But we were in the process of eating dinner and a tooth comes out. That's scary to me, and a red flag if you ask me.
Well, this is the reason I was asking what you guys had for dinner last night. What is his dietary habits been lately? I mean, he looks super thin to me. Now, I don't know George, but he does not look like he's an average weight.
He eats, believe it or not, like a horse. Like he'll eat like 4 or 5 times a day. Again, one of the things that has been concerning me, which you all will be the first people that I actually say this to, is his weight for the amount of food that he eats throughout the day, how he doesn't gain any weight. He and I and Luke is going up to Publix every time we step on the scale, and he continuously loses weight. Well, I don't even want to step on the scale anymore.
How long has this been going on for?
Months.
So way before losing his job?
Yes. It's been ongoing. I mean, I'm not going to even say months. I can say at least a good year.
Okay.
And he eats like a horse.
And you said you don't know of any drug history?
Since I've been with him and known him, he has never done drugs. But I know him growing up in Philadelphia, he had a bad stint with marijuana and alcohol. If and when you talk to his children and or his ex-wife, she will tell you. His family will tell you. But since he's been with me, no, I have not. He's never done drugs, Alan.
Your phone, is it password protected or
Yes.
touch screen?
It's
Just-
password protected.
Does George know the password as well?
He doesn't know the code, but he does the face thing.
His face will
Recognition.
recognition on it? Okay.
And the only reason why I have that is because I have lost 2 phones previously where I can't, before I had the passcode was somebody else being able to get into my phone because I lost it twice. So that's the only reason why I have it.
Oh, like that's the reason you put a password on it,
Yes.
just in case you lost your phone?
Yes.
Okay, so do you recall what time you went to bed?
I know that it was after midnight.
Okay. How do you know that? Like, what makes you remember that?
Because I walked up the stairwell and we have a clock that's on top.
Like, you see it as you're walking up the stairwell?
Yes. You have to turn the corner and it's right here.
Okay. And you don't remember when you went in the shower, around what time it was, looking at that same clock?
I didn't shower. I mean, I showered earlier in the day.
No, when you said you hid in the shower when you were playing hide and seek?
Yes.
Did you happen to look at that clock then and see what time it was?
No, I just happened to look up on my way.
Going to bed? Or going into the room?
Yes.
Okay, so it's after midnight. Do you think it was before 1 a.m. though? Was it between midnight and 1 or?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, if I had to say, it was like 12:30-ish.
Okay. Okay, and when you went upstairs, you and George no longer having a conversation, laughing about the suitcase, you just decided to go upstairs.
No, we were laughing about it.
Okay, so you continued to joke about it as you were going upstairs,
Yeah,
thinking he'll just get himself out and then.
Yes, that's why I didn't close it all the way. That's why I didn't close it all the way. I'm like, he'll be up here in a minute now. But then I guess I dozed off. And again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop this morning. Because he gets out of bed before I do, most of the time.
When you put him in or when he got into the suitcase,
Yes.
correct? So the suitcase now, if we're looking at it, what side was his head on when he got into the suitcase and you zipped him? Was his head like on the, if we're looking
If
at it
it's
right?
like this, his head was here. The hole was here.
So his head was closer to where,
Yes,
like when you close it, his head was closer to where it's closed.
no, that's where his head's here. This is him doing the finger thing over here.
Right, so his head is closer to where you can close it. So when you close it, his head is on that side. Or his head is on the opposite side of where you close it. Because there's obviously an open, there's one in the suitcase is open, and then when it's shut. And it's obviously, the zipper's on opposite sides.
So if you do this, yes, his head was here, where the zip part was.
Okay. Okay.
But again, that's why I didn't zip it up all the way.
Is there anything else that you think is important for us to know that we haven't asked you?
I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I don't know, again, if he had like a heart attack or an aneurysm or what. Like, I don't know what happened.
Do you keep your phone on you? Like, is it always in your possession?
No. Because it's a community phone between me and him, like if he needs it, most of the time it's on the kitchen counter.
Okay.
Where it's like, he knows that's where my phone is, or hey, after you're done talking to Lucas, do you mind if I call my daughters? So
Right.
it's our phone.
No, I get it. I just,
But no, I don't walk around with my phone on me all the time.
okay. Did you bring it upstairs with you when you were going to bed?
No.
No. Okay. So it stays downstairs.
No.
Or is downstairs with him?
Yes, he was downstairs with him. Because that's how I heard my phone ringing and I knew it was Brian because he called over and over and over and over again, which is what he does.
So you assumed it was him, but you didn't know Brian was calling you, but you assumed it was Brian.
Yes, because he calls back to back to back to back to back to back. Until
Okay.
I eventually finally answer.
Okay. Okay, so your phone was downstairs.
Yes.
Alrighty. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you promise and swear everything we've talked about has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
But may I ask you though, because I was telling you guys about it earlier,
Mm-hmm.
like I don't know if I'm afraid for my life at this point.
I know. But
I'm afraid.
I don't know anything about your guys' history. Like, I don't know, other than the family not liking you, like.
And they get upset because of the drinking. And just the things that we have gone through, and I know that they don't want him to be with me, but he and
Are they gonna tell me that he's an alcoholic?
probably.
Okay. Are they gonna tell me that you're an alcoholic?
They'll say that, but they don't know. They assume
Okay. Why do they say that he's an alcoholic?
because of his track record in Philadelphia and all of the things that he has done. Cars that he's wrecked, ex-wives' cars. He's been divorced twice. And he has, yes, they'll say that.
Okay.
They'll say that, but they don't know. They just assume.
Okay. Well, people have their opinions, okay? You can't not, there's nothing you can do about someone having an opinion and saying something like that. As far as what's going on here, I've told you, prior, we don't know what happened. So I understand you feel like they're gonna not accept, what happened and they're gonna think that it's your fault, but at this time, we cannot conclude and say anything differently. I know you talked about you possibly going somewhere else for tonight. You have to do what you have to do to keep yourself safe, but at this point in time, no one has made a threat to you. No one has done anything.
I just haven't said anything to him yet.
Right, but we will obviously talk to them, and of course, we're gonna instruct them that this is an ongoing investigation.
I have my son.
Well, your son's with Brian and is gonna stay with Brian. So we're gonna cross that bridge when we get to it. I know you're fearful of it now, but nothing has happened to where you're in fear based off past history and what they think of you and how
They threaten me all the time.
Do you have proof or is it all verbal? Like would it be in your phone?
No, it's verbal.
Okay.
It's verbal.
So it's he said versus she said, or she said versus she said. So
Yeah, they've been really nasty to me. Really nasty to me.
It's gonna be a shock. It's gonna be, everyone handles things differently. We're not gonna leave there with them hooting and hollering.
She's going to
and being
class.
upset.
And then they're gonna all come over here.
Okay, well, who's gonna collect? I don't even know
His mom.
His mom? What's his mom's name?
Blanca.
Is that her government name or is that just what you call her?
No, I think that's her government name.
And you said she lived around here?
They live down the street.
When's the last time you said he doesn't even really talk to his family because he was you over them. So when's the last time you've seen them or talked to them?
I believe he did something with his brothers a couple of weeks ago, but I don't go over there.
Okay.
Like,
So if he goes over there, you do not go?
No.
But he did something with his brothers
I'm guessing so. I know that they come up to his job all the time.
when he was working there?
Yes.
Okay.
But
So
they don't come, they have come over here and have just been completely disrespectful.
Okay.
And again, he ended up having to tell them, don't come over here if you're gonna act like that and treat Sarah like that.
Do you know their address?
I have it inside. I know it's Baja Boulevard, but if you go down, what is this out here? Goldenrod, there's a Twisty Treat ice cream place on the right hand side, and you turn down that road. And then you make a left, and then you'll see Baja, and you make a right. And their house is white, and it's fenced in, and it's got a whole bunch of garden flowers.
I'm gonna end my recording. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
One quick question, just out of curiosity. I'm noticing your front door, it has a bunch of dents in it. What is that from?
When we moved in, they were already there.
I don't see any other doors with dents like that.
whoever it was that lived here previously, I know it was a girl, but that was here when we moved in.
This ends our recording 17:47.
This first one you're on is going to be a video file,
Okay, let's go dim the lights, please. Thank you.
and for record purposes, its file name ends with 0154-2.
You may proceed, sir.
For a year and a half, and he turned into a whole bunch of shit. Pardon me for saying that. No. Pardon me for saying that, but like, oh man, he let loose on my ass tonight, and I'm not having it. Okay. Right. I got kicked in the face. Okay. Kicked in the face.
That you know if there's no guns,
No,
anything in there?
no. I know, baby. You guys are doing your job.
Alright,
No.
Sarah here?
Yeah, right there. Go get him. I swear to God, there's nothing you guys can do great.
What's his name?
George.
George, alright.
There's nothing you guys can do great. I swear to God, I'm done with that too. He beat the fuck out of me tonight. And I'm done with it. I had to go to work tomorrow.
What's up, George? You want to talk to us? What's up? Talk to you inside.
For the record, this is redacted.
Are the videos in States 22 redacted videos? Okay.
You see my eyes?
I do see your eye. Okay, tell me how it all went down from beginning to.
Yes, my love.
Okay.
Okay, so we were having a really good day, and we were across the street from Boone, and everything was really fine and dandy, and this guy talked to another guy because he left, came in there, and I got so mad, because I asked for a cigarette from another guy because he took my license, my debit card, and everything, cigarettes, everything, took everything.
Okay.
So I asked someone for a cigarette, and it happened to be a guy. So he walked in and got super pissed because I asked for a cigarette from another guy. I came home. Mind you, my car is across the street still. Okay.
So you get home, you go inside.
And let loose.
Okay, elaborate. So you open the door, what happens from there?
I'm a whore.
He starts calling your name? Okay.
When I say ragdoll, do you know what that is?
I know what a ragdoll is.
Oh man, I was ragdolled.
Okay, but I need you. Okay, I need you to elaborate. Like, you walk into the house. Did you start arguing? He started calling you names. He said he was.
No, I walked out. I walked in and I walked to the back. I just wanted to smoke a cigarette and just go to sleep. I just literally wanted to smoke a cigarette. I'm gonna go to sleep.
And then as you're making your way to the back, what happened?
I got caught on the stairwell.
You got caught on the stairwell. So he caught you on the stairwell. And what did he get in front of you? Started confronting you, telling you anything? What happened?
It was bad.
Okay. Elaborate, Miss Sarah. I need you to tell me exactly what happened so I can help you.
My heart is like, I don't want him to get in trouble, but fuck, I'm tired of being beaten up. Okay.
I understand. I'm trying to help you out, but
I know you are, I know you are.
I need you to elaborate a little bit. So, in the stairwell,
Dragged me downstairs.
sorry.
I went upstairs,
Mhm.
tried to get into bed. I just want to go to sleep. I just want to go to sleep. I just want to go to sleep. I didn't make it to bed. I didn't make it to bed. He caught me in the upstairs.
Like in the hallway?
Beating the fuck up. That's all I can say.
Okay, what do you mean? Like, I see your eye. What you said? You kicked you in the eye.
That's what I see it. That's what.
Were you on the floor when he kicked you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how did you get to the floor? Did he push you? Did he pull you? How?
Normally what I do is, because he does it so often, I just go to the floor. I just go to the floor. So I'm pretty sure I don't really recollect. I went to the ground. I went to the ground.
Okay. And then that's
I'm
when
so
he
sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine. I don't mind. So you went down to the ground.
Yes, that's what I do.
Did he kicked you with what? Do you recall which foot?
Right.
Right foot, okay.
Heel.
His heel. Okay. And you say you've been together for
Because I asked for a cigarette. Because he left my ass in my car across the street.
Okay. You said you've been together for about a year?
And
A year and a half.
yes.
Okay. Live together, obviously.
Yes.
Okay.
I just recently went for a divorce. He's been there with me. He knows all those stories, blah, blah, blah. But,
I know. I'm just trying to.
this sucks. And I could have worked tomorrow.
Do you want the fire department to come out and check your
No,
eye?
baby.
No? Okay. Okay. Do you want to press charges? You can smoke your cigarette if you want.
Can I talk to you though?
You're talking to me by myself.
I don't want to be taken. Please put the finger up the police.
So you don't want to press charges? Okay. Do you want to fill out any paperwork? Do a statement? No? Okay. Smoke your cigarette, sit down, smoke your cigarette.
I don't want to be in trouble. What?
I know.
You guys have actually been out here twice now. Look at this shit. Look at this my shit all the time.
Did this happen today?
Yes.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, I see it. It's ripped and I'm done a little bit.
I just bought this yesterday.
I get it. Sit down, smoke your cigarette.
Pardon?
Do you think, no, it's fine. Do you have a key with you? Is it in the house? Okay, we'll go find out.
I know my number if you want to.
Oh, that's perfect. Go for it.
B 500-791-77870-0.
870-0. Okay. First name is spelled S-A-R-A-H. Do you have a middle name?
Catherine. Kathryn.
K-A-T-H-R-Y-N. What's your last name?
Boone. B-O-O-N-E.
Date of birth?
10-10-7-7.
I get it. So you can't have to stay behind anymore. Do you have a telephone number?
407.
407?
716.
716?
8684.
8684? Email address?
SKP.
SKP underscore
1-800.
1-800
at yahoo.com.
yahoo.com.
Sorry.
No, that's cool. I get it. I get it. Sit down, smoke your cigarette, try to relax a little bit. I'm gonna take pictures of you in a little bit. Alright? No problem.
Now publishing a video labeled 19-054917 _BAT _. DV.
Call? What's going on? What's going on?
Really, Marco?
Hey, get out of here. What's going on? You call? Okay. Do you want to tell me what's going on? Oh. Who beat you up? Is he still in there?
He's awfully, I actually got him off of the streets because I don't want him here. And he shows this, over the wall all the time, and comes over and looks for me in.
Do you want to press charges?
What charges are you today?
Well, what's your relationship, man?
I guess boyfriend and girlfriend.
Okay, how long have you guys been dating for?
2.5 years.
Okay. And that's a current relationship?
No, it's on and off.
Yes.
I can't deal with this shit.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
When's the last time he stayed the night at your house?
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago?
And he figured it out.
Okay, so why is he over here today?
Because he was to one the other, is what he told me.
Okay, so
I'm not allowed to leave him.
you're not. Okay.
Tell me about that.
Okay.
He's mad because I went out with my girlfriend.
Okay.
And she introduced me to another gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a gentleman. He's not a gentleman. And he got pissed.
Okay, so you came over today, you let him in because you're gonna talk, right?
Yes.
Okay, then what happened?
I got really pissed. Really pissed.
Okay, so you guys start arguing and
No,
then what?
I didn't argue. I can't argue. I was just taking down his speaker.
Okay, so when you said taking down the, you like describe it for me, so I know. What did he do to you? Did he push you? Was he slapping you? Was he punching you?
All I can give up.
Okay, you have to kind of explain to me what happened. Like, tell me like step by step. Okay, so he threw you into the closet doors? Okay, you're upstairs, he threw you into the closet doors. Did anything break when he threw you in there?
My head? No.
Okay, but you said you don't need the fire department?
No. I just have really bad luck. It'll go away, there's a piece of it. It'll go away.
Okay, let me see. Where is it?
Right here.
You just put your head back a little bit.
There's a lump. Right here. Like you can feel it.
Yep, I see it. Do you have any ear injuries?
No. I just, because he's not on the lease anymore, I know that he can't, I got him off the lease to not come over here anymore. And I'm trying to get him out of here. And he's over here every day. And I have a feeling he's going to come home.
Okay, so there's another exit to the apartment, so he could be gone?
There's the stuff in my store, and I have a feeling that he's gonna try to call the police, which I had done 4 times, you're the 4th one.
Okay.
He's gonna hop the wall, but I have a feeling he's upstairs now. Go get him.
Well, I'm going to, but I'm gonna try to get somebody else here. What's his name?
George.
George?
I'm sitting here.
Okay. And I have to ask this too, when's the last time you guys slept together?
had sex
Mm-hmm.
3 weeks ago.
Okay. So, but you guys are kind of on again, off again, and you're saying as of right now you're off, but.
I've
within-
been off.
Okay, but within like the last 2 or 3 weeks you guys were dating.
I would say no.
Okay. But at least there are some
I knew who he
expectation,
was.
there's an expectation in intimacy when he came over.
Oh, no.
But you guys, you said
Oh,
you
no. We were gonna try and figure it out.
Okay.
Oh.
But you want to press charges on us?
What charges can I press?
Right now, what he said he just hit you with hands and feet and pushed you?
I got a heel on my face.
Okay. You keep being upset with me, but you're not really giving me the information I need. I'm asking you to kind of walk me through what happened, okay, because I don't know, I wasn't there.
I know.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay, so all you said, you guys were upstairs. Okay. But that means lots of different things. So that's why I need to know what
This
you
is
did.
why I have all of this over here, is because he continuously talked to me, and he strangled me multiple times.
Today?
Yes.
Okay. Did you start to lose consciousness or anything while you were strangling you?
I couldn't breathe.
Did you feel yourself losing consciousness?
No, I didn't lose consciousness, I just couldn't breathe.
Okay. But how long was he strangling you for?
Till I got him on me.
Okay.
Look, can I tell you something before you call him whatever?
Mm-hmm.
I've been arrested before because I fought back. I didn't fight I did fight back. So whatever he has or whatever it is, it's not me.
Did he hit you with any, like an object or anything?
No.
Okay.
He threatens me with a bat.
Today? I'm talking about today. Did you pick up a baseball bat and threaten you? Okay. Tell me about that. How far away were you when he had the bat?
I was in the bedroom.
And where was he?
In the bedroom.
Okay. Was there anything in between you guys at the time?
My dog.
Just a dog, and how close was it to you? Couple feet, 3 feet?
3 feet.
Okay. And how was he holding the bat?
Threatening.
Like, what do you mean? Was it down by his side? Was it up like this? Like, how was it?
He's gonna swing.
So he had it up?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Did he say anything to you while you were holding the bat?
I dare you.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
Because I technically left him 2 weeks ago, which is why he's not here now, and it's not because I have friends. I have friends, and my friends want me to get out of my gloomy, doomy bullshit. So they try to introduce me to nice gentleman, whom he is not.
Okay. So he's holding the baseball bat, he's been 3 feet, you guys are up in the bedroom, and he says, I dare you. Okay. And you were scared. Correct?
I'm so scared of social why I'm hiding behind my car.
Okay. I'm gonna go see if I can get him to come out. Alright, if not, this is your place, right?
He's not on the lead.
Okay. And we
We're
have,
talking about party members. I have taken off the lead.
okay. Alright, hold on.
Sir, what is your name now?
O'Neill.
Look. The door is open.
10-4 Tommy. If there's anybody available, can I get 44?
Don't get me.
Hey, George? Hey, George, sheriff's department, can you come on out? Hold on. Hey, George, I can hear you. Come on up. George, sheriff's office, come on out. What's going on, man? Come on here, talk. What's going on? Talk to me. What's going on today? Do you speak English? Yes. Okay, tell me what's going on.
Why are you here right now?
Because she called me. So tell me, you want to tell me what's going on?
What? This is Recon?
Where are these cuts on your neck?
That's neither here nor there, no. Is she over there? Alright, record,
Do you want to talk to me about the cuts on your neck?
yeah, not really.
Okay, do me a favor, turn around. Put your hands down.
Wow.
Why am I getting cuffed up? Cut my head.
Why am I getting cuffed up, sir?
Kind of 424, is diagnosed here.
Why am I getting
Okay, move it.
Yeah, why am I getting cuffed up?
We'll talk to you about it in a sec, okay? Your weapons in?
No, I know.
Okay, let's see what happens. You been drinking today?
Yeah.
Okay. A lot or a little bit? Like, do you understand what's going on right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and read these, okay? I'm just gonna need you to answer yes or no after each time I ask you a question, okay? You have the right to remain silent, do you understand that?
Yeah.
Anything you say will be used in court as evidence against you, do you understand that? You are entitled to talk to an attorney now and have him present now at any time during the questioning, do you understand that?
Yeah.
If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you without cost, do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you desire to consult with an attorney first or have one during this interview? Yes or no? Okay. If at any time hereafter you wish to remain silent and have an attorney present, all questioning will be stopped. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay. Has anyone at any time threatened, coerced, promised you anything in order to induce you to make a statement? Okay. Do you understand these rights as I read them to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you wish to talk to me at this time?
Yes.
Okay. So, tell me what happened today.
What is going on?
She said that you hit her and you choked her.
What? No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, she's got a lump on her head. How did she get the lump on her head?
I don't know. She just take me in. I don't know. Officer, I don't know.
Did you push her, hit her, anything like that?
No, not at all.
Okay, how did she get the lump on her head?
I don't know.
Okay, what brought you over here today?
I was trying to get my ID and my social and my birth certificate. And she's not trying to give me that.
Okay, but obviously you've been here for a little bit. I mean, your shirt's off, you've been drinking, so you didn't want to just come over here to get something. So like, how long have you been?
For a while.
Okay. So what about, so a while, like an hour, 2 hours? Okay. How long have you guys been dating for?
We've been together for 2 years.
For 2 years? Okay. Are you guys still dating right now, or are you broken up? Okay.
And I work right there at Ace.
Okay, so you came over here today, so for a while ago, an hour or two. What have you been doing since you've been here? Okay, so just spending time with her, and then all of a sudden she decided to run outside and call the cops? Why would she do that? You don't know?
She's nice, dude. She's nice.
Okay, that's fine. But
As you can hear her.
But what you gotta understand, what you're telling me isn't really adding up. Because she gave me her side of the story.
What she said?
And she's saying that you're headed. That's all I need, man. It's Florida. Ma'am, I'm doing my job, okay? You just sit there and be quiet. I'll be over to talk to you when I can. Every time you start yelling, you're interfering.
She's the one that she just snapped out of nowhere. She's mad because she took me out of the lease. She took me out of the lease. And I told these guys of the lease, I can't cash my check. I can't cash my check. What about her? So please talk to her.
Okay, so you came over and talked to her about cashing your check?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you've been here for a couple hours. Okay, so what happened to make her run outside and call police? Because I'm seeing cuts on you and I'm seeing bruises at her. But you're not telling me what happened. And you're the one sitting in the back of a cop car right now.
I don't even know what happened.
Did she hit you?
All the time.
Who hit who first?
She does all the time.
So she hit you first?
All the time.
What's today? I'm talking about today. You don't know if she hit you today? Huh? Do you have an ID on you?
She has it.
She has it?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you grab his ID for me?
No, I don't have it.
He said it's in the house.
No, I threw it in the bushes.
Where in the bushes? Because I need it.
Frank, love, whenever I call her, oh my gosh, the front door is open and I don't even know where my dogs are. Oh, yeah, find the desk. I don't have his ID.
You said you threw in the bushes. Where in the bushes did you throw it? Could you please go back over there?
So what's happening?
It's in the back of the cop car. You said he hit you, he beat you, you have a bump. Okay?
I don't have it. You can look up here.
Publishing portions of 19-054, or pardon, 05/4/9/BAT_DV-2. For the record, it is about 47 minutes, 20 seconds long. State will publish 000 to 2 minutes and 19 minutes to 22 minutes, and all evidence will go back to the jury with a scrub computer.
Where were you?
His brother and his ranting mother came over here, so it should be somewhere in here if they didn't find it. I don't have it.
No, I'm needed because it makes getting his information a lot easier if I don't have to keep asking him questions and I can just get it out there.
I'm not making any more difficult than I could, friends. I'm not. I gotta look through here.
Okay.
Jordy, get your stuff done over there. I'll get her started on all this. You want to sit down?
She also has my birth certificate.
Listen, she said that she's doing the picture, so I'm trying to find it. If you're getting a, you wouldn't be needing it.
You told me I'm not gonna get one. I love you. I don't know what it is that you're asking me for.
Okay, maybe he didn't get to it yet, so I can see it. Oh yeah. It was the back side of this. If you get any more bruises that show up that you didn't see while we were here.
Can I show you all the other pictures that I have that I have documented?
He's going for this, so the rest of that can't leave anything up. But if anything else shows up, you can go take that paper down to high
It's
quarters.
not gonna be anything else because you're taking him down.
I
Put
mean,
him under the jail.
He's going.
Under the jail.
Okay. We're all set then.
What else do you, I could show you bloody fingers and bloody faces and black eyes and.
I know, it sounds like you guys need to probably not hang out with each other anymore.
Hello.
I know.
That's
I know,
why I
but-
left him 3 weeks ago.
But this also isn't the first time, so, with both you guys, with the cops out here.
No,
Okay?
I've had to lie to you guys 3 times.
And you shouldn't have to do that, so let's make this maybe the last time.
Now I'm not lying.
And I appreciate that, okay? And keep going, okay?
They're gonna come and tell me.
Who's that?
Just like I told the other sheriff, they're gonna come and tell me.
If you,
I want you to know that.
if
Look,
you're in fear, are you talking about
Yes.
family?
yes.
Okay. So
I want you to know, I am full blown. They're gonna come and tell me.
go down to the courthouse, okay, and get an injunction against them. Did you get the pamphlet for the victim's rights pamphlet? Okay, so you know that there's a place where you can
They're
go tonight?
going to come and tell me.
Okay, so you got the victim's rights pamphlet, you know there's a place you can go tonight then? It's in the bed?
Domestic, I'm gonna go sleep over her house,
Perfect,
neighbors.
okay. You have any more questions?
Can I get on?
This one. I'm working. I didn't tell that. Okay, have a good day. Okay, that's good enough. I know. Thank you. Okay.
I love it.
That's fine. Okay. Have a good day, man.
And whatever the fuck he says,
Okay,
tell him
yes,
to eat a dick. Hey.
Okay, have a good day. See you later. Thank you. Have a good day.
Tell him to thank you.
So, why don't you come over and give me a written statement about what happened? I have it over here by my car. Sure, just stay right there.
Now go ahead and get your stuff done over there and I'll get her started on all this. You want to sit down in here? So you all right? Okay.
Mom! Don't leave!
Come on, let me call you here. Let's get this done.
I'm not getting arrested.
No, I'm getting a statement from you. You're not being arrested. So,
Okay, look, I'll come over and see you in like 5.
come on.
Thanks, buddies. They know.
Let's get this done.
They know.
Okay.
Good.
Now, would you come in here so we can do your statement, please? And stop this. Sit down at the table and let's get your statement filled out.
He didn't believe I would ever do it. How much for the floor? Is that okay?
Sure.
Never thought I would do it.
Did you have?
Yes, son. Yes. I'm not getting arrested.
No, you're not getting arrested. I've already told you that.
Yeah. Go to couch. Go to couch.
Need your ID, please.
Go to couch.
No, ma'am. I just need your ID, please.
Okay, look. I can write that on the couch.
I will give you the statement to write. I need your ID, please. I don't need to sit on the couch to fill this out. You can. I sit down all day, but I appreciate the offer.
Yes, it's comfy. I just come down, sorry. Thank you, God, he's gone. Oh, man. Oh, man, they're gonna come over here and try and kill me. I don't want you to know that. They're gonna come over here and try and kill me.
Who's that?
His brothers and his mother and his father. They're gonna come over here and try and kill me.
Don't open the door for
It doesn't matter. They can all go out there and rant and bullshit and everything, and then they cause a commotion, and then I get complaints against me. Anyway, my name is Sarah.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Sarah. I'm showing this out just a minute.
What's your name?
Jeff, Deputy Brown.
Jeff. Okay. Did he get caught up?
He will be. Do you have a phone number, ma'am?
407-716-8684. I'm not getting arrested.
Nope, you're not. Did you do something you should be arrested for?
No.
Okay.
For the last time I fought back. Or 20 days.
Do you have an email address, ma'am?
Sam, K as in Kate, P as in Paul, _1800 @yahoo.com. You can totally come sit down over here.
I sit down all day. I appreciate the offer, but want to get this done for you. It's a little more comfortable for me to stand and do this.
I can't tell you how amazing it is. Oh, man, I didn't mean to say that. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Oh, crap, the car's still there.
Okay, come on in and sit down so you can get this filled out. Okay, what I need you to do is you'll just print your name right where that X is, and then I need you to just write a story about what happened today.
Print.
Yep, please.
I don't even know what trigger is.
So is this a husband, boyfriend? Are you guys married?
No,
How long have you been together?
2.5 years.
Was he drinking or anything today?
Yes,
Both of you?
I have.
Okay.
Bless you.
Nothing wrong with that.
Here's my arrow, but, because I do artwork, but.
Okay, I need you to show us it. Very
I
nice.
do artwork.
Very nice.
I have a drink from years ago, and I do artwork.
No, nothing wrong with that. And who called the police? Did you call the police? Okay. Call 911?
Yes,
Very good. Has this happened before?
3 times. The last one that came up and they're like, oh yeah, we read your statement, so we know kind of who you are and what's going on.
So 3 times the police have been here? Was there ever, was it sheriff, were there reports written when they were here?
I'm not even sure about that, I didn't have to sign anything.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not really sure what else you're saying, I'm not too late.
What does it say? Can you read it to me?
Throw me off the bed and being in the head and stuff, am I supposed to write all that?
Yep, everything that happened.
I'm supposed to write all that?
Yep, everything that happened. Yeah.
You see my neighbors out there, because they know their children are going to come at the house and they know who he is.
What was your phone number again? 407?
407-716-866. I'm not getting arrested.
Nope.
Out in the car still.
County charge $25.
Okay.
Could you give me 424 case number, please?
Stopping publishing at 10 minutes, 0.
What's up, bro?
It's
It is. So what happened? What's going on now? Did this just happen?
What? No.
I said earlier.
Oh, no, when I moved in, we dropped it.
So who called? So what's happening?
They're asking you, not me.
Yeah, you speak to him, I'll speak to you later. Come here. So I'm guessing it's all for a reason, right?
Only 24 hours. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but you realize it's here now, right? Have you been drinking?
I had a drink.
Okay.
It was raining.
I didn't drink.
I'm looking at 116, so I think only at Florence Road, six manager. Store manager.
No, don't, you know, I'm like, oh my God.
Okay, well, this is here to Democrats, one here, and one Hispanic male. And tattoos all over, no shirt, no pants.
Yeah, after, it's here.
Other one, tattoos.
Yeah, you can see it. Look there, he didn't know, he didn't have
No blackmail, no description, mark you as what, in there, check this.
Yeah, we left it earlier. We respected your wish earlier. Yeah, we respected your wish earlier, okay? But he's here. Okay.
24 hours.
That's the only reason. I have to make it go.
Doing his press and, 35
Stay right here. You
some
can
of
have
it
to
is
know.
drawn.
You have to know. You have to know.
And transfer flow to occurred last night.
Oh, you can tell by your covering. It's just sprinkling, it's okay.
What if you want to?
Yes, sir.
Hey, but I'm wondering, maybe you know.
Yeah, but you know he's gonna have to.
Last week, we got into, I guess a physical or whatever, I don't know. I got taken out of here without no shirt, no, shoes or whatever.
And then you went and saw the judge, right?
Yes.
And what did he say?
The judge was like.
Was it a female or male?
Female.
Female? Okay. What, you know what she said?
He was bad.
Yes. My head hurts, so I got to, he's like, no, grab. That's a dog. I never heard of it. No, this is a thin blue line, right?
Okay. Stop. I did not get it.
We're not gonna do it yet.
At all. Did you get any form of paperwork? I got paperwork, but I didn't get. What was that paperwork for? Paperwork was, X.
What does it say?
No.
With who? With who?
With her, but she never said anything like that. It was just the judge that put it.
The judge is the one that matters, right?
Is it?
Is she? I believe so, she's above us.
Is she above her?
She's the judge, she's the law. Okay?
You guys only told me.
Is my other guy here? Okay, so here's the deal, man. Your paperwork says that you can have any contact whatsoever with her, okay? And if you do, it's a new charge, okay? So,
I like contact.
have you been, has she been drinking today? Have you been drinking? Okay, how long have you been here since?
I'm gonna be honest. You guys came here. She called me.
We know, because we went to your work of employment. And they told, and they told us that you just left. Yep, and we knew that she called you. We knew that. We knew she called.
Oh, it's just, she called me and said,
Yep.
where's they coming?
You're correct. Okay, so you know what's happening, right?
Yes.
Okay, stand up, Mark, you can take one last puff.
Yep. Please?
Yeah, one last, go ahead. Yeah, just put it out real quick. Alright, wait, one more.
Wait, no, what?
Never mention it.
Come on, relax. Okay? I want you to be all around us.
Right, you promised.
I don't think they promised you that.
I did it earlier.
Well, that was earlier, this is transaction. Right?
I didn't call.
I didn't say you called.
I told you.
But did you call him earlier?
I told you.
Because he just told us. And we know, the store told us.
I told you. Wait, is there anything that you do?
You're good, you can stay right there.
No, is there anything that you not?
No, man, you you know he has no contact order on a judge. He can't be here.
Okay. That's sometimes.
Yeah, but.
Do you need help for anything?
No, we don't. We have our information already. So here's what's gonna happen, bud. You're gonna take the ride back down, and because it's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you're gonna see a judge tomorrow morning. You'll see her today. It might be the same judge that gave me no contact order. Okay? That's it. From here on out, but until that case is resolved, you cannot come here. Okay? Or have contact with her, even if she invites you. Okay? She called us earlier, told us that you guys had a no contact order. Okay? She didn't want anything. Sorry, but we told her because it's domestic. Send it over to has to. Okay, so, alright, but just make sure he's got nothing on him. Hey, you have anything on you, right, bud? Okay. We'll make it as cordial as can be. Okay, we promise it, alright? What you say?
I love you, babe. Don't take it easy. You hear me? I love you. Call Prophet Mom. Hello, get up. Sarah, call Prophet Mom.
No.
All right, babe.
Josh, give me your mom's your photos.
This one's there.
I don't know it.
You don't know
Tino. Sarah.
what's the charges against?
So, the domestic battery charge that he got hit with last week or whatever it was, he was given a no contact order by the judge. Okay, whether she invites him or not,
I know.
he knows he can't be here. So he was here this morning, and she called us this morning, okay? He's now back, and he knows by the means he can't be No, he gets a phone call, yeah, he gets when he gets in. Well, if you have a piece of paper real quick, you can get it for me, and we'll give it to him.
You don't know your mother's number?
She had.
If you can get it real quick, we'll give it to him.
You're not getting his mother's number.
And make sure that.
Oh, I have been here.
Yeah, I thought you looked familiar.
Because the last time I was here, you guys had a fight at the bar. And you
No.
home my side.
No, we
Or
haven't.
he came home from the bar. Someone came home from the bar. Hey, who's that? What? Hey, George?
Yeah, what's up with the line? Is she there? She's dead. Can you just pick it up? No problem.
What's going on, Ty?
You didn't think I'd call.
You go, sis. Okay, come on, George. Off couch.
What, babe? No, they're not staying on there.
Okay. I know you think this is my time. No.
No, baby.
Sarah, are you serious?
Yeah, it's only being punched in the neck. Told you I will not hesitate.
I know, it's okay.
Setting up here, two more, punch my tongue.
Alright, go ahead. Because they're over talk outside the street for gloves.
Oh, he's nice enough to just give you your shoes from last time.
Ma'am, do you want the jogging from me?
Sarah, are you serious right now? Did you have a wallet you want to bring with you or a cell phone? Okay. Sarah, are you serious? Sarah, are you serious?
Punch me in the neck again.
Sarah, you see me?
Am I allowed to use my door to knock something around?
Yeah, you can. I'll be right back with you. Oh, we're gonna go pump down here. Can you grab the paperwork?
Yeah.
We're gonna sit right there and punch up. Alright?
You sure you don't want me to watch it?
Yeah, come on. That'll work too.
She's the one that hit me, and I'm the one that just liked her. Well, let's just get down to the bottom of it, okay?
Alright. George, I want to talk to you. I want to ask some questions. I have your hands up, so I've got to read you something real quick, okay? Do you understand?
Yes.
Alright. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used in a court as evidence against you. You are entitled to talk to an attorney now, have him present now, or at any time during questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, will be appointed for you without cost. Do you understand these rights as I've read them to you? Okay. At any point hereafter you wish to remain silent, have an attorney present, all questioning will stop. Do you understand that? So even if you want to talk to me at first and you change your mind, just let me know. Okay? Alright. Has anyone at any time threatened, coerced, or promised you anything in order to induce you to make a statement? Have I promised you anything? Have I bribed you? Have I said, hey, if you tell me, give me a statement? Has any of that happened? No. Do you understand these rights as I've read them to you? Alright. So, what were you two fighting about tonight?
We weren't fighting at all.
Okay. What are you fighting? I'm going to take that in there so that.
Step 5, step 0, country, circle number 6.
I'll take the statement and get the statement done.
Oh, with him?
Huh?
From him?
No, for her. That way you can fill this out while you're 10-12 with him.
Sarah.
I'll get her information from her.
Mhm.
Okay, listen. Why did you so angry? What up? Okay, can you explain the bruises she has? Those don't come from nowhere. I want your version of what happened. Okay, so you did hit it. Okay. So you get in the face and argue. Get her away from you. You did it all the time, but you got, how did you do something to her? So you didn't, you know, you're going to defend, no. You just said it wasn't the defense, so if you get rid of it, you get it set up, you figure people first. That's fine. Sarah? No, you stay there. No, they're not gonna go. You're not gonna go. I think you're fine. Why happened?
Sitting on 22.28 million, no means an hour ago. Today, 6 complainant, 3028 Riverdale, 302 Riverdale, an hour ago, via text message, code 323.
Sorry about that. Sarah, stop calling for it. I love them down there. I know, but I'm not gonna change things. I know why. Because you have a total. You have a battery. And when I try to get the straight story, you don't give it to me. I'm sitting in this chair, please. You have your chance. All right. I've tried. All right. And now that you're going in the back of the car, you want to give me a story. It doesn't work that way. I've been nothing but polite to you, trying to talk to you, trying to get straight answers, and you're beating around the bush. I'm not. Yes, ma'am. Do not start kicking and banging on things, okay?
Sorry, what's your phone number? What? What's your phone number? I don't know your phone number. Sarah, what's your phone number?
It's not him asking, it's us.
You said, hey, what? Thank you. Outlets of Verbal 711 and 10601 Narcoosseous at Moss Bar, complainant versus the business, reference to Recon, out of 2017. Complainant is a female, pretty sure we need very non-CRB.
Can you guys not put on me, please? Okay. Please.
Publishing the one video in the folder, starting with 1924, from 0 minutes to 20 minutes, 41:30 to the end.
You have both of these? Only already.
Is there a back door or a side door?
Yes.
No.
If you go 10-12, just let us know. Well, thought that was open for a second. Locked. That's open.
And we locked the back too.
Yeah, the back's locked.
Anyway, you want to call your ex-husband? You have a phone?
It's sorry.
There's a charger. That's
It's not in the house. It's not to say that it's not in there, just because the doors are locked.
I don't understand. You think he's inside?
Yes.
Okay, well, we need a key so we can get inside, so he's inside. That's what. Yeah.
And if your phone's gonna die, there's a charger in back on the back side of the porch.
Oh, yeah. The keys in the house is not coming to the door, but I do have my spare key. I can't get in. There's no other way of getting in my house. Unfortunately, can you please bring me my spare key? Yes, please. The front door and back door. I have no way of getting in.
Where's he live at then?
I'm sorry?
You said that's your ex?
Last night, right up the street. He'll be here in like 2 minutes.
Perfect, thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Is your, this your, who thinks you're your ex-boyfriend, is that correct?
My face.
Okay. What? The boyfriend or ex-boyfriend?
I don't know what's going on.
Somebody related?
Yes.
Okay. Does he not have any weapons?
No.
Okay.
No.
He was arrested last week for bad TV.
You guys actually want to take a picture right here? You can see that.
Saw he was arrested before, was that also like one?
Last week.
Yeah, but. That's what I told you. And again, I was sleeping.
How much did he have to drink tonight?
Oh my God knows.
How much did you have to drink tonight?
2 drinks, and that was what, 4 hours ago?
So what's the layout of the house? Is it both floors? Is this part here? Or is that something, so these 2 windows right here?
What kind of vehicle does he drive?
But I lost.
See a little bit of movement on the drive.
It's me about her, my dog. She's, I had a divine dog and a dead dog.
Oh, gotcha.
So I have a feeling it's probably text. Just put that one.
Does she have anywhere else to go, or is this the only place she has?
It's his parents' house.
Where's that at?
80-30-15 Boulevard. It's on the street next to where the street is. You know where that is?
Oh, gotcha.
Guys, can I say something now?
Sure.
If both doors are locked, he has to be in there.
Why is that? You can't lock it from the outside?
No,
Doesn't he have a key here for you though?
unless he took my spare key, which I'm pretty sure he probably did. He has to be in there. Especially the back door.
Is the spare key, was the spare key in that house?
I had it outside because he locks me out all the time. So I'm gonna say that then. If those doors are locked, he has to be in there. Y'all can have the key, y'all can open the door.
Hey, you're gonna stay outside till we make sure nobody inside.
After that, thank you so much.
Hanging out here.
I am. I'm not going there. There's no weapons.
George?
There's no weapons.
Ask for a minute. Ask for a minute.
That's never said.
Reference building, sir.
I know.
County 124, Charlie.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
Can we get minimum traffic for a building search?
Ready to make an announcement?
Yeah.
You guys don't have to do that.
Man, we don't have a way to do things. Just let's do the right thing, okay? Make an announcement.
Sheriff's office, get there, come on out.
Little louder, little louder. Get in there.
Sheriff's office, get there, come on out. I got a dog.
George!
Hey, buddy. Yeah. We have a ton of plants on the right side.
Just when you get that stairwell, just fuck your, go right up, or don't pull up, that's when you go up. George! Please! If you're up there, let us know, because we're coming up anyway. Go ahead. Run, whenever you're comfortable.
Yeah. Open door right there.
I think that's a kid's bedroom.
Okay. Just get that one for me.
I got it.
Someone come in and bring you on that way.
Boy! Show your hands. Come on with your hands up. Joyce, step out with your hands up.
Put your hands behind your head.
Hey, turn around, face away from me. Turn around. Walk back to me. Walk back, walk back. Just paint the thing right now. Why didn't you tell us? Interrupt you. Huh? Honestly, you didn't hear his reason you're sitting in the bathroom. That's what.
And once my first child went off,
Go back to normal.
hey guys, can I?
Before you go, we're not doing anything right now. Alright, we're not taking out a room. I'm gonna sit down in the bed right here.
Okay.
Okay. Alright. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What happened today? Got a light in here?
Yeah,
You just gotta pull the thing.
yeah.
What happened?
I don't even know what the heck happened.
There's a reason you're having that, so don't act like we're not up here for no reason.
No, I know that.
Okay, so
I am in the bathroom because we had a discussion and as usual, and I am in the wrong.
Okay. What?
I am with what is it called? It's called no. But we
How long have you been here? How many days since you got released? When did you get released? Because you were arrested last week, right?
Yeah.
All right, when did you get out?
Let's say 3 days ago or something like
It was
that.
on the weekend?
Yeah.
Today's Wednesday, or was it Monday? Or was it this weekend or was it Monday?
The weekend.
Okay. After that, did you guys talk and come back here? Yeah. This weekend? And everything was fine between you two? So tonight, what happened tonight?
I don't know what happened tonight.
George? So your cops stand in front of you, you're hiding in the bathroom.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay. That's not for no reason. Right?
Wifey is nuts, and she always freaking starts stuff, and she.
So that's what I'm asking, I'm telling you what happened.
She puts it on me
Okay. She puts it on you.
all the time.
Well, none of that gives me any insight as to what happened tonight.
Nothing.
Both are very big. She's very big, you're very big. Any more than big,
What is she being big about?
I can't discuss what she's discussing until you discuss to me, right?
We just want to hear your side of things, but this.
Oh, everybody wants to hear my side all the time.
George, I didn't know you, okay? Because this isn't the first incident between the two.
No, I know
She's
that.
been arrested as well, hasn't she?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me what happened. You all drinking?
Yes.
Both of you?
Yes.
Okay. I can smell alcohol on her, so I know I already knew that, obviously. But,
we've been going through a lot. Right now, I work at Ace right here, across the street. We're going through a lot, and they're about to shut down and whatnot.
at Ace?
Yes.
Okay. Just tell her no, it's coming back.
May I please have some water?
Just wait, you can't drink that for right now? Or you can't come in here for right now? Okay, you're gonna have to wait, give us a couple minutes.
But I'm not gonna.
Are you injured in any way?
No.
No. Did she injure you today? Did she hurt you? Either mentally, maybe emotionally, or whatever? Any physical injuries? No?
I'm the one. I'm always the one.
Perjury, I'm not saying that, you're not saying that.
I'm always the one.
But you're the only one saying that. Nobody here is saying that. But if you don't help me, how can I help you? If you don't tell me what happened, how can I help you?
That's my woman.
Okay. Sometimes that's what it is. Is that as much as you want to give me?
She's saying.
George, I told you I can't say that. You're not going to tell me what's happening. I'm not going to tell you what she told me to see. I know exactly what it says. I can't feed you information. Why don't you have a policy?
Why?
Why not?
Would you call you? Would you call?
But I've never been in that position, so I can't say.
That is your beefcake.
Anything like that. My girlfriend's home, she's crazy, so.
I am, what am I gonna say? I'm actually wrong right now.
You're wrong right now?
Yes.
No matter what way you're saying you're wrong, no matter what way you cut it?
No way, shape, or form, you know that I am.
I can respect responsibility, because most guys won't even take responsibility.
You're gonna take me in no matter what.
Well, that isn't necessarily true. I take girls in jail all the time, but that battery all the time.
No, you're gonna take me in because I, did the no contact.
You know what that no contact said?
Yeah, I'm fucked.
What it said?
I am fucked.
What are you not supposed to do?
Oh, man. You're the one that took me started. How you?
I think it was, or,
It wasn't me. I don't work this side.
yeah, they're not, they're a little similar. They look a little.
Our hairstyle's the same.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not the same guy. I promise.
No, I promise you, I don't remember you. It's not me. But what did no contact order tell you? What did the judge tell you?
You don't know.
You're in contact with her at all.
What about in relation to this place? Are you not coming back?
Oh, yeah, no, yeah.
Let me ask you this, you just have no place to go?
No, I've got a place to go, but.
Your mom's place?
Yeah.
They still over there by Twisty Tree?
Yeah.
I do my homework.
But before you guys take me, can I get at least, shoes on?
What kind of shoes you want? You want some comfy ones, some fly ones?
Like those, get no fly ones.
These, I like these leather ones.
Get the blue ones, please.
This one right here?
Yes.
Which shirt you want?
And that black one right there.
This black shirt?
Yes.
You want socks?
Yes, they're right there.
You got a wallet? Phone?
My phone's downstairs.
That's it. Have a wallet.
Not that shirt. What
There's another black shirt that's comfy. No, it's this one. Is that the other one? They're both inside out, I don't know.
The Ace? Yeah.
You like the Ace one?
Yes.
Alright, we'll do that one.
Can I, please, sir?
Tell you what do you need?
So I can put them on?
Oh yeah, we'll handle that in a second. Let's get the shoes on.
Okay.
Where do you say the socks were?
Okay. Yes.
Is black or white?
White ones.
Okay.
How many years been together?
3 years.
3 years, really? That's always behind us?
My phone's on, I know. It don't really matter.
I'll answer.
Okay.
Just step up right here for me, please. I just gotta get him straight. Are you okay? Oh, what? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, no, it's okay. Just a quick question. He's asking about his phone. Do you know where that'd be?
No, I don't know where it's from.
Okay. You don't have it in your vehicle or anything?
I do not.
Okay.
I happen to find my phone. Wait. I need my car keys.
Okay. They're not on here. They're inside the house somewhere.
You seen them?
I haven't seen them, but they're in there somewhere. They're not on here because I had to search him before he got in the vehicle.
Is it too much to ask? You could ask him where they are, please.
Okay.
I only have one, sir.
Okay. You don't know where his phone is? Okay. She's asking about her car keys. She said we asked him, should we ask him right now?
He doesn't have enough in his pocket, so.
Okay.
Where is she?
She's just behind your vehicle.
Yeah, do you want to just take that or?
Okay, yeah. No, he didn't have anything in front. We can take pictures real quick, if you don't mind. We're gonna take one overall. Man, do you mind? Stay right there. Actually, a little more this way, so we don't get the police car in there. You said what? You want me to shine a light on it? You close? No, actually, okay. He didn't have anything in his pockets.
I'm gonna go on the sideline.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They're gonna be coming this way, so if you want. Okay. Yep. One dog's sleeping downstairs and one's in your bedroom.
Coming from the area, someone else in your room.
You have any other questions? I'm sure they're in there somewhere.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, mods, for being here all day. I love you guys.
Are these redacted, Counselor?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, members of the jury, I have an instruction just to read to you with regard to States 21 that you just saw. I'm sorry, States 22, forgive me. Members of the jury, you have viewed and listened to video and audio recordings. The court instructs you that the recordings have been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of this case. The fact that the recordings have been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you viewed, listened to, and consider this evidence. Thank you.
First file being published is IMG_0665.MOV. Date modified metadata indicates 12/3/2019, 2:05 p.m.
Whenever you leave the house, just let me know where you're going.
And you're gonna let me leave.
Yes, just let me know where you're going.
And I get to leave the house.
Yes.
Exit.
Just let me know where you're going, so at least I know where you're at.
Anything else to say, Dad?
I love you.
So it's not yank me back in the house and sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up?
No,
Yank.
no. Just let me know where you're going, so I know where you're at. So if you don't come back, there's no certain time. You don't have to come home at a certain time, because I'm not. You're grown up. I just want to know that if it does surpass a certain time, that's like, shit, where's she at? I know where you told me you were going to be at. So that way I can go and.
So I'm allowed to have friends.
Yes, nobody said you can't have friends.
I can just go see Boone.
You can go see whoever. I just don't want you to go frolicking with male friends by yourself, because you know what's happened already. You understand what I'm saying?
So I get to go see Boone.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I get to go see Boone.
I don't care about Boo. You can go to see Boo. Do you understand what I'm saying, though?
Next video is a long file name that starts with 2A494, and it's the only one that will show up with that search. Date modified indicates 12/29/19, 12:26 p.m.
Hi. Fuck you.
I don't know what the fuck you talking about. Dude.
Let's just tell everybody you got crumpled on the bed.
Crumpled? Crumpled. The word you're using is crumpled? Alright. Alright, so this is my jeez, you gotta put it up on my face, dude. I know you're filming me, but you gotta put it up. What the fuck is that? Stop.
Bum rushed.
Yeah, you're bum.
I bum rushed you.
Yeah, whatever. Anyways.
What was the choice?
So the choice was to beat your ass or get my ass beat or whatever.
No.
Huh?
Twas.
Huh?
Twas.
Twat?
Twas.
I like twat. I've been trying to get twat from this woman. I've been trying to. Pardon me. I've been trying to get some of that right there. On some other shit. I don't know what's going on. She's trying to film me, filming her, and blah, blah, blah.
I'm cooler than you.
No, yeah, you are. You are cooler than me. You are cooler than me. She is cooler than me. She is beyond cooler than me.
Oh, I want to get this on film tape. Did I take your cigarettes today?
No.
Did I take your cigarettes to the beach?
No.
But I hope I was blame it on.
You. I blame it on you. Sorry. I apologize. Can I walk around this way and actually film it better? I don't want darkness because you're not dark. Ah, oh, there she goes. There she goes. What are you filming? You filming me, filming you? You filming me, filming you?
What's the latest thing you've done me wrong by?
Man, I watch porno. Hey. Wait. It stopped.
My husband.
What's up? I was watching porno with my she don't like that. I'm not shrugging my shoulders or anything like that. Like it's not a big deal.
After you begged and pled and cried.
Yeah.
We trust you.
I know. I'm not shrugging my.
Say it. Beg.
Yes.
Pled. Cried.
You begged.
I didn't. You did.
Well, whatever. Okay. Yeah, I did.
Say it.
I begged and
Pled.
And cried.
For me to trust you.
For you to trust me. But again, I'm not sure.
Did you?
Did I watch porno again? Yes, I did. But
good.
Next is a video starting with 3BB0C. Metadata shows date modified 12/29, 12:36 p.m. of 2019.
Yeah. So you remember this. So you remember this. Are you drunk right now?
No, ma'am.
How much alcohol did you drink?
Enough to be drunk.
You're slurring your words. You're sleeping up against the door right now.
Yeah, because I want to be next to you.
Did I not tell you to not bother me?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is it you come up and do? What time is it right now? It's 1:20 a.m.
I haven't bothered you since then. I just go to sleep.
But didn't I tell you before at 9:30 to not bother me at all?
Yes.
Because why?
Yeah, do it tomorrow.
Nope. Because I've been up since 4 a.m. since yesterday when you fucked with me.
Yes, ma'am.
I know how much vodka was in that bottle. And what's the bottle now?
Kind of to throw it out.
What does that mean?
One more drink.
The bottle's empty. I know how much vodka was in there. Enough for 2 people to have a really good time. And who drank it? I want it to be documented that I'm leaving you, which means that you're getting out. You're getting out. You're getting out.
Nobody's leaving nobody. Stop.
And the reason why you were even downstairs and weak enough to get drunk was because you don't give a shit about me. You don't listen to what I say. Special things that I keep on my front page of my phone so I remember to tell you about it because of how special and fun it is. I always bother you. I always bore you. You don't listen to me. Yesterday was my first day at work, remember? And I ended up 90% hearing about your day and 10% about mine.
You don't bother me or anything. So sometimes you just you overwhelm me. That's the problem. You overwhelm me.
By telling you about my first day at work?
No, dude, you just overwhelm me about every other thing too. Just, first day at work.
So I'm overwhelming you by telling you about the 4th highest paid baseball player. That's a client of ours.
I'm not starstruck.
I don't even know who the guy is.
I don't need.
So the reason why, so you fully admit now that you didn't care and you did brush me off in the car, midway sentence, because you're not into baseball.
No, I didn't. Just saying.
I want to go to sleep. Go downstairs. I'm leaving you, and I'm going to try and cancel plane tickets.
No.
Because I don't do special things for people like you that are doing this like to me after I asked you at 1:21 in the morning. I wanted to be asleep. I wanted to stay asleep, which is why I got into bed at 8:30. I told you not to step foot in the bedroom. So what do? Nonetheless, you're drunk. The amount of alcohol, I know how much was alcohol. I know how much was in there. That's why I could smell you in the bed before you actually got me up. I can smell you from here. You're despicable.
How am I despicable? I'm not even doing anything.
Leave me alone.
Okay.
You're not gonna remember shit. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not doing nothing right now.
Get away from me. Get away from me.
You do everything to me all the time. All the time. Heartache and pain is what you cause me. Heartache and pain. Keep going. And I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. You get on your fucking little bike and go to fucking work tomorrow. Don't look at me. Don't come close to me. Don't touch me. Do you understand?
What do you mean?
As of this moment and until I can get you out, get the fuck out of here. I dare you. Yep, look at it. Like, get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I will scream bloody murder. Get away from me.
Nobody's doing anything.
I'm gonna fucking hurt you.
Nobody's doing anything. And you're filming it.
Let me go.
Nobody's doing anything.
I'm asking you, George, to get away from me. Please get away from me. Get away from me.
Yeah, I am. That was your function, dude. Malfunction. No, your malfunction is you, dude.
Okay, whatever you say. Whatever you say. Holy shit, the whole hallway just reeks of you up here. First it's shit, now it's alcohol. Don't step foot in this bedroom. I can't even breathe. Like, it's disgusting. Like, it's disgusting.
Keep filming when it's looking like. Then I said, love you.
I don't love you. I don't like you. I don't want to be with you.
Next video starts 456. That's the only file that starts with that. Date modified metadata, 12/29/2019, 4:04 p.m.
And I'm not gonna have no Hindenburg situation, no Titanic situation, okay? So it's gonna be a good day. Yes, I'm missing my mustache right now. And later on, everything's gonna go off. Truth, facts. Truth and facts. All of this is gonna be mentioned later on. We'll take another video again later on when it happens. Love y'all, whoever watches this video.
No, that's not approved.
The FDA says it's approved.
So it's gonna be a good day all day.
Yes, it is. Even when I
All day.
shave all of this
All
off.
day.
Yes, even when I shave all of this off.
All day.
It's gonna be an amazing day.
It's what time right now?
Shaboing
I
boing.
would say 9:30. 7 o'clock maybe.
Shaboing boing. That's what we're doing later on. Shaboing boing. You can stop filming now.
Not good enough.
It's gonna be a great day. Today's a great day to have a great day. Boom. Cut. Somebody come in with a. Can somebody come in with a? Can you not?
Next file is image_093.mov. Metadata date modified 1/3/2020, 2:48 p.m.
It's
What makes you start cheating on an app and not to play music? Because I told him that I was gonna go to shit.
Next file is image img_0975.mov. Metadata shows date modified January 19th, 2020, 2:58 p.m.
Time. Sirens, 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 sirens. Sirens and sirens and sirens. And this cop car.
How about you get an umbrella and call me Camille underneath it?
Yeah, how about we forget about that? No, we won't.
I'll never be.
No. How about we keep going on? Okay, how about this? When beautiful Lucas is here, we don't listen to none of that. I don't want to hear sirens. It's just beep, 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 all that, whatever. I want to listen to that. It's every single day. Beeping and we hear enough of it out here in reality.
Are you gonna be nice tonight?
Yes. Yes. I promise you, I used to just
Go for a walk.
by myself.
Yes.
No.
Go for a walk.
No, I'm just gonna chill out. If that's the case, I'll just chill out. So much like this.
Don't ever be a woman.
How can I be a woman?
Don't ever.
I can't. But I can somewhat understand.
Don't ever.
I can somewhat understand. Somewhat understand. I can somewhat understand, yes, where you're coming from. But when you have a child and it's like right now, this is too much. But we had a blast with them. Amazing.
Then you got out of sorts and pushed me, and you stole my phone and called Greg.
Why did I got out of sorts?
You pushed me.
I pushed. I didn't push. How do I get out of sorts all of a sudden? I don't want to hear it.
You drink too much and you're upset.
Drink too much.
Go get your fuck card shake.
What are you talking about?
Your retard paper. Don't hit women.
Have I hit you? No. So where are you going with this?
I'm turning this off.
Tell me whatever it is that you have off. Okay. You can film me, take a picture, or whatever you want.
You can tell you're on my
I'm not doing.
Do I ever get a bus? No, I don't.
I'm not doing anything to you.
No, I
Sarah.
never do.
I'm not doing anything to you, Sarah.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
Sarita. I'm not doing anything to you.
Yes.
It's not a yet. I will not.
5:28, and we have 3 minutes and 49 seconds of videos if the jury is capable of staying.
I got a thumbs up from the jury. You may proceed, sir.
Next image or movie is img_1011.move. Metadata shows date modified 2/2/2020, 11:42 p.m.
I understand. This is what happens when you're going upstairs to ask for where my car keys are. Because it takes you all the time. Where are my car keys? Where are my car keys? Where are my car keys?
Where are you with that? What are you talking about?
No, they're not. You took them.
Sarah, I didn't take your car keys.
Where are my car keys?
Where they at? All the time. What in the world are you talking about? They're in the, they're there where
No, they're not.
Sarah. They're at the,
No, they're not. You took them. And why'd you walk away with them?
why would I take your freaking car keys?
Oh, you're not gonna curse now?
What are you talking about?
You took my car keys.
I didn't take your car keys.
You did.
Movie starting with file name B51, long file name. Metadata shows 12/29/2019, 4:04 p.m. modified.
I'm gonna go to court and I'm gonna tell the judge, listen, my fiance has nothing to do with it. It's all my fault. We were both drinking and got out of hand. Isolated situation, it has never happened before. I love my fiance. She's a good woman. Never been in trouble in her life. She has a 7-year-old son that she loves and cherishes.
A blind Boston Terrier.
She has 2 dogs. One is blind, one is deaf. She goes around and she's driving and sees an animal that's injured. She'll stop in the middle of the street, no matter what kind of traffic it is, just to make sure that that animal doesn't get injured any more than what it already has. We both love each other. We both live together. Yes, every relationship has their arguments, but we are not the type of people that you guys are portraying us to be.
She especially.
Especially her. So please, if you can,
Dismiss.
dismiss this case.
Close.
Drop it. She is not the type of person.
Good person.
Great person.
Angel.
I know she'd be an angel. She's close to it.
Best thing that has ever happened to you.
Yes, ma'am. I love you to death. And I hate that we're going through this.
Sonnet.
What?
And they did.
Good, I love you, baby. God will prevail and He will take us out of this situation. Love you.
That'll be it for today, Judge.
All right. Keep your lights back on. Members of the jury, it is 5:33 p.m. I thank you again for your time and your service in this matter. I'm going to give you another instruction before I discharge. State how much additional presentation do we anticipate tomorrow, sir?
It is just reading from the 108-page PDF that was on that last exhibit. I haven't practiced reading it in front of the mirror, so I'm not too sure, but not too long.
Okay.
40 minutes.
40? Okay, all right. And then you'll be resting at that point in time, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Is that one of the conditions that someone may suffer when they have this syndrome of battered spouse?
Yes. I also think it is typical for victims to not reveal to other people that the abuse is going on. And it seems like denial. In other words, your coworkers ask you, like, are you okay? Did something happen to you? You're not likely to disclose that. That looks a lot like denial. It is a denial in public of some of the private issues that you're having.
She proceeded to let me know and was showing me a lot of bruises and marks. There were handprints, scratches. She even at one point had to go to the hospital.
Part of the records that you did not review were the text messages that were part of the phone extraction of her phone device, correct?
That's right.
Ooh.
Specifically, the materials you reviewed. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Paperwork from prior cases involving Mr. Torrez and Ms. Boone.
Yes,
Medical records for Mr. Torrez.
that's right.
The medical and Aspire records for Ms. Boone that we've discussed.
Yes,
The crime scene photos from the incident in February.
that's right.
Pages 1 through 413 in discovery in this case.
Right.
A photograph of a suitcase and 2 videos involving a suitcase.
That's right.
And additional videos on that phone, correct?
Yes,
Such as baseball bat smashing the TV.
that's part of it. Yes.
And then did you review any other videos where there's conversations between Ms. Boone and Mr. Torrez?
Yes.
One prior 911 call?
Yes.
Now today you had indicated that you had reviewed the photographs from some prior incidents of violence, correct?
Yes.
When is it that you did that? Is that recently?
No, there are photos included with the
Prior case packages?
case packages. Thank you. I'm not sure what to call it. So
That's fine.
All right.
All right. And did you review any body worn camera from those prior case packages?
no, I did not. I didn't have that.
Anything else that you reviewed that I've not covered?
Are you speaking of documents only?
Yes. Materials other than your 9 visits with Ms. Boone.
All right. Just checking with the
That's fine.
folders I prepared
just
for
wanna make
today. I don't know if, I guess that would be part of the discovery. The investigative report is within those 413 pages.
Did you interview anybody else personally besides Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Who else did you personally interview?
Melissa Sexton.
All right. Anybody else?
No.
I went over, sat down, talked to George. I talked to him for about 30 minutes altogether. And, George had explained to me that she was actually the aggressive one. And the reason she ended up with marks is, I'll say my perception of what he was trying to explain is that she's very hands-on, in the face, dramatized and talking and explaining or fussing or whatever they might have been doing.
Right.
And I believe that because Jean, my assistant, doesn't even like to deal with her, would avoid her like the plague because she was always drunk and she's very hands-on. There was one day, as a matter of fact, it was that same day that I talked to George by himself. She kept grabbing me by the arms to the point that I told her, I said, touch me one more time, we're gonna have a problem. I'm either gonna contact the police or whatever we need to do, but you can't keep grabbing on me. I had asked her several times to quit touching me. And because of that, she would do the same thing to Jean, and Jean didn't like it.
Right.
So, that's what he was explaining to me, is she was always the touchy one, the aggressive one, not that she was hitting him, but she would be like in his face, or she might, push him, or, little things like that. And she would block him from coming out of the room or whatnot, and he would take her and move her. You know what I mean? And just, that's the way he had explained it to me.
Right.
She has told me, even literally to Monday, I have been told by her several occasions that he has drugged her around by the hair of her head. I've been, told about by neighbors. I'm sorry I don't have it anymore, but at one point a tenant actually sent us a video clip via text of them two fighting and beating on each other out in the backyard.
From start to finish, Sarah Boone's defense attorney, James Owens, has done everything in his power to cause ruckus or distraction or delays. He interrupted rebuttal witness testimony continuously. And I guess here it was his final Hail Mary. But shame on him, because this was probably the tackiest thing that he did. Turning around and telling Jorge Torres' mother that he thinks she needs to get out of the room. I think it should be noted that his mother did state in an interview that she had never watched the Suitcase videos and she never wanted to watch the Suitcase videos. This all occurred during closing arguments on Friday evening, and as we suspected, they did play the video of Jorge being in the suitcase and begging to get out. Let's get to it.
Sarah.
For everything you've done to me.
Sarah.
For everything you've done to me.
Sarah.
Fuck you.
Sarah.
Fuck you.
Sarah.
Stupid.
Sarah.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
Sarah. I can't fucking breathe, babe. Seriously.
Yeah, that's when you do and choke me.
Sarah.
Owens just said something. Oh no. I see. His mama's never seen this, you guys. She's never watched that video. Bless her heart.
Charge involved in this case. You do not have any discussions among yourselves or anyone else. We'll bring it back in about 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Judge, I've got a motion.
Okay, may proceed.
Sarah Boone's entitled to a fair trial. I think that right's been compromised here today. I don't know who's scheduled to put the two detectives on the front row with the Torrez family, the family of the victim. But they had to have known to tell them that the Suitcase video, which has been around for 4.5 years, was going to be played during opening statement. And the state attorney's office or the sheriff's department had to advise them, or the victim's advocate had to advise them, that if they couldn't take it in front of a jury that's trying to decide the case, they needed to get out of the courtroom. Now, what happened here today should not ever happen. There should be safeguards in place. There's no room for this after 2 weeks of murder trial for something like that to happen. One of the Torrez members of the family audibly, during the 2-minute Suitcase video, expressed some kind of emotional reaction. I look back, he or she were bent over in agony, physical pain. The physical pain followed the audible announcement. You can't unring that bell. That's their responsibility to ensure that kind of thing doesn't happen, especially when they know they're going to show a video and the family of the victim is on the front row. I've never heard of such. I asked for a mistrial. Response.
I've never heard of such a request. The victim's family has the right to be here. They were advised as to what will be used during closing arguments. I cannot make a decision for the victim's family and the homicide survivors whether or not they believe they can handle it. She clearly, or he, I don't know, couldn't, and I believe the appropriate thing was done. They left the courtroom. But again, to say this is intentional sabotage and all the accusations that continuously get made are unsubstantiated. And it does not warrant a mistrial. People get warned, and sometimes they misjudge their own emotions. I don't understand what test we are expected to run on homicide survivors. So the motion should be denied.
Motion's denied. Jury's going to be back in about 13 minutes, counsel. So we'll reconvene at that point in time.
Could the state put the suitcase back in the water?
Yeah, can we clean the well from the state's materials, please? Thank you. There cannot be any emotional outbursts when the verdict is read. Does everybody understand that? I see everybody nodding their heads. Okay. All right, state, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our jury. Everyone will remain seated.
All right, folks, they're bringing in the jury. Sarah Boone, who has waited 4 years for this moment, has attempted to litigate things on her own, went through 8 different attorneys. Now is Judgment Day. Now, in just a few moments, she will find out what the rest of her life will be. Will she have an opportunity to walk out of that courtroom tonight? Or will she be locked up for the rest of her life? Second-degree murder, manslaughter, culpable negligence, all on the table for this jury.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Which reached a verdict
Defense,
in
do you
less than an hour and a
recognize our
half. Let's listen in.
Members of the jury, you may be seated. Thank you. Members of our jury, good evening. I understand that you've come to a verdict in this case.
Yes.
If you could please hand the verdict form to the deputy, please. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, if you could please publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the Ninth Judicial Circuit and in Orange County, Florida, case number 2020 CF 2603, the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree as charged in the information. So say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, on this 25th day of October 2024. The form has been signed by the whole person.
Madam Clerk, please poll our jury.
Juror seat number 1, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror seat number 2, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror seat number 3, is this your true and
Yes, it
correct
is.
verdict? Juror seat number 4, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror seat number 5, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror seat number 6, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Members of our jury, again, I want to thank you for your time.
Woo, isn't that just music to your ears? To see that, to hear that one more time.
James, what's your reaction to the verdict?
Just disappointed. Sarah's devastated. She's disappointed. We felt like we had a good defense with the facts that we had. Obviously, we had some hurdles to overcome for the state's evidence. And for whatever reason, the jury didn't see it our way. We respect the jury's decision. I'm sure that Sarah Boone is going to want to appeal. I believe that she does have potentially 2 or 3 good appellate issues. So the next thing in store is I think we've got sentencing set for, I believe, Monday, December the 2nd at 1:30. And we intend to call Dr. Harper as a witness to speak about her other mental health issues that she struggles with, and hopefully the court will consider that.
Mr. Owen, Sarah Boone was offered a plea deal in this case, manslaughter. She did not take it. What do you think now, having the verdict?
Well, ultimately, that's their decision. You know, they've got a couple of fundamental decisions. One is whether to plead guilty to anything, and the other is whether to go to trial, and the other is, you know, whether to testify, and then the other is whether to appeal. And so Sarah Boone maintained that she wanted a trial the entire time. And we did discuss, there were plea negotiations and there were offers on the table for the lesser charge of manslaughter. But Sarah ultimately rejected those offers and wanted her day in court.
She felt, it seemed, throughout this entire trial, she seemed to be very upbeat. It seemed, though, I was getting the sense she really felt she hadn't done anything criminally wrong.
Well, I think, I believe she's a better spouse, and I believe she believes she's a better spouse. Once she learned, and we gave her a bunch of material about the subject, once she learned, what she had gone through with Jorge Torrez, I think she believed she was a better spouse. So we believed in that scenario that she was justified in defending herself. And so she felt good because she had a defense and she had lawyers. Initially she was going to represent herself, and then she did that for a while. And I think she appreciated the fact that we came in, myself, Tony Henderson, and Kevin Beck, and then our team. We had 5 or 6 people working on the case for the last 45 days trying to get ready for trial. And I think she appreciated our efforts. She knew we were working hard. I've been here in Orlando for 3 weeks, and then the rest of the team's been here for 2 weeks. So we've been doing everything we could do to represent her to the best of our ability, and that's what we did with the time that we had.
You really put up a good fight. Were you surprised that the jurors came back as quickly as they did?
I was. I think that, the rebuttal evidence where they played a bunch of videotapes of off Sarah's phone, where there were some interactions with Sarah and George, I think that affected the jury.
What do you think another big challenge was for you in this case?
Well, of course, the Suitcase video is difficult to deal with. And then, her interrogation, the 2-hour interrogation at the sheriff's department. So, we have evidence. That's probably the best evidence in a case, is the videotape oftentimes is the best evidence. And, we had some big hurdles to overcome. And obviously the jury, and I respect the jury's decision, saw it a different way than we presented.
During your closing arguments, one of the things that you talked about was we're in 2024, and the perception that the state may be trying to give that she in a way deserved this, that she was the aggressor. You talked about how men are taught not to put a hand on a woman. I thought that was pretty powerful. I thought that was going to resonate a little bit more with the jury.
Yeah, I think that, it was a long trial and the testimony came out. The state got in a bunch of evidence about, like I said, the video interactions between George and Sarah. And some of that, it seemed like Sarah was berating him a little bit and talking down to him a little bit. And, the state had argued that this was a mutual abusive situation, that Sarah verbally, emotionally maybe abused him. So I think there was some of that going on in the relationship. It was a dysfunctional, toxic relationship. Obviously, those two didn't need to be together, but they, for whatever reason, they could not stay away from each other. And even when she had been battered multiple times by him over time, for whatever reason, they couldn't break up. And I think everybody around, law enforcement, the neighbors, family, all knew how bad the situation was, but for whatever reason, they were drawn to each other and couldn't let go.
The judge made it clear before the verdict was read that he did not want any outbursts in the courtroom. We had one earlier from Jorge Torrez's family. No real reaction from Sarah Boone. I just saw her talking with you, but obviously, as you were mentioning, seems to be not very happy, devastated with the verdict.
Yeah, she couldn't believe it. We were optimistic. We were optimistic, and I understand, these things happen, and there's some murder charge. So, somebody died. So it's difficult for a jury sometimes not to come back with something. And they came back with the highest charge. I was hoping maybe for something lesser, but we understand. Sarah's in shock. It happened, and then she was escorted out of the court fairly quickly. So we really didn't get a chance to talk that much. She said she would call me tomorrow. I'm going to be driving back home, and we'll talk. I'll be on the road for 6 hours, so we'll talk for however long. But I explained to her she had a right to an appeal, and she had 2 or 3 good appellate issues. So I told her to keep her head up.
Mr. Owens, you were not her first attorney. She went through several attorneys. How was she to work with?
She was fine. I think once she realized, it wasn't just me, and I spent a lot of time down here with her. And then once she realized Tony Henderson really helped me out a lot with Sarah Boone. And, I've represented some difficult clients. I've been doing it quite a while. But Sarah, was, of course, she didn't want to give up the power because she'd had the case for 4.5 years. She had so many different lawyers. But I think once she started to trust us and realized that we really cared about her, we really believed in her, and we wanted to do everything we could to fight for her, I think she finally, it didn't take too long for her to develop a sense that we were really genuinely trying to help her. And I think once she saw how hard we were working and everything we were trying to do to help her, we didn't have a problem.
And you got involved with this case because you saw that she had taken out an ad.
Yeah, as you know, the court had ruled that she forfeited her right to a lawyer, a public lawyer. And so she was going to have to represent herself. And I think she went to a couple of hearings and realized that that's a lot harder than it looks. And that's when she had reached out for somebody in the private bar to take the case. And I came down and visited with her, and I agreed to do it. So we were in it to win it. We tried everything we could do to present the case in a fashion that the jury would consider her side.
I think one of the biggest moments was when you got the expert of the states to talk about the fact that she did believe that Sarah Boone suffered from battered spouse syndrome. I thought that was going to be a big game changer for you.
Well, it was. I've got some disagreements about how that was all handled because she came out with an opinion that she had never expressed before.
And then you had to conduct a deposition right there in court.
Yeah, I've never had to do that. That was a first, but it was a unique situation. Of course, the judge had set a date certain about trying the case. So I had the case for about 45 days, but we tried to schedule Dr. Werner's deposition. I believe we took it on October the 4th. And later on, she came up with another opinion that I wasn't aware of until in the courtroom. And so the judge allowed me to take a deposition. I never heard of it happening before. First time it ever happened, but it did. And, we did the best that we could to counter that and then to cross-examine her. But yeah, I think initially she had said she hadn't made up her mind about it. But I think after a little bit of time, she decided to go ahead and give the opinion that Sarah did suffer from battered spouse. And that corroborated what Dr. Harper had said, that she did suffer from battered spouse syndrome. So I guess that was a good of that.
Any thought in hindsight that maybe there was a motion in limine for you not to use the battered spouse syndrome defense, to not talk about self-defense? Obviously, you got to be able to do that. The state was very clear. She needs to say there's an overt act. She eventually did. She said his hand coming out of the suitcase was that overt act. In hindsight, could there have been another strategy that you could have taken that could have been more successful? Maybe not argue battered spouse syndrome?
No, I don't think so. I think, what she was saying in that 2-minute video to George while he was in the suitcase, I'm convinced was tied to the trauma that she had received from the abuse that she had suffered from George. And I just think Dr. Harper, it's a complex syndrome. It really is. And it's difficult for lay people to understand. I've tried to talk to, the psychologist, the psychiatrist about it to try to understand it. Why somebody wouldn't leave that situation. Why, if they're getting beaten up, they're getting stabbed in the leg, why wouldn't you leave that situation? It's one of those things. It's a head scratcher for a lot of people. And so that's the reason you bring in expert testimony, is to try to explain that to a jury what was going on. But it's difficult for people to really understand.
When Sarah Boone refused the plea offer, the judge made it very clear to her that the minimum he could sentence her to would be 22 years in prison. Is she prepared for the sentencing? It's going to be in December.
I don't think she's prepared. I don't believe that. I think she was in hopes, she was excited about us, and she felt like she had a defense and that we were doing everything, and she had the experts lined up. So I don't think she was thinking about this at all. I think she was very optimistic. That's why she was optimistic during the trial.
Yes,
She was happy with us every day. She was happy with what we were doing. And of course, you know, she understood that it was a valid defense in Florida, battered spouse using it to justify the force that you use. So, yeah, she's devastated, and she hadn't come to grips. Like I say, I'll talk to her tomorrow, but she was just stunned today.
Vinny also has a question. Vinny, what's the question?
Yeah, I had a couple questions for James. First, at the sentencing, will this judge have much discretion in what the sentence can be? And do you expect Sarah to express any sense of remorse at sentencing?
At the sentencing, will the judge, Vinny's asking, at the sentencing, will the judge have any discretion? This is her first felony. The judge made that very clear. So that's the first question. And then the second question is, will Sarah Boone say something? Will she express any sort of remorse for what took place? Will she make a statement in allocution at her sentencing? I know you have to take some preparation time for that.
I think the prosecutor had said the low end of the guidelines was 22 years, and I think the judge told Sarah that. So I think that probably is the minimum, unless there's something I'm missing, maybe a downward departure. I don't know that she would qualify, but, you know, the judge has a range, and the judge has the discretion, and the judge, you know, is going to hear from the victim's family, and then the judge is going to hear from Dr. Harper, and ultimately the judge is going to have to hear from Sarah Boone about this. I don't know what her position is going to be. But we'll see.
Mr. Owens, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nice work.
All right, thanks. I appreciate it.
So there you have it. I guess that was the last attempt by James Owens to defend his client, Sarah Boone. Of all the things I've said about James Owens throughout this trial, the one thing I will say is that he did try. He tried hard. And in his own words, he did the best he could. Crazy Sarah and her overzealous attorney have decided that they're going to file a motion for a new trial. I said that too loud. I apologize. My word in heaven. Okay, let's read this together. Y'all try not to laugh while I'm reading. Oh, it's okay. You can laugh. I won't be able to hear you. Okay. Comes now the defendant, Sarah Boone, by and through counsel, and pursuant to Rule 3.600, Florida Rules of Criminal Procedure, files this motion for new trial, stating in support thereof the following. Number one, the defendant was found guilty as charged of second-degree murder on October the 25th of 2024. And we were there, and we were loving every moment of it. Okay, number two, the instant motion is timely filed pursuant to Rule 3.600. And number three, the defendant asserts that she is entitled to a new trial under Rule 3.600 on the following grounds. The court erred in ruling that the defendant was not entitled to court-appointed counsel. Oh, I knew that was coming. Doesn't matter. You still got your own counsel. The court erred in denying undersigned counsel's multiple motions for continuance. I mean, you know what? Here's the thing. You knew what you were getting into. He knew he was going to do this, you guys. He knew he was going to do this. And I don't know, maybe he didn't know he was going to do it. Maybe she's forcing him to do it. The court erred in ruling that the defendant was not entitled to court-appointed counsel. The court erred in denying unsigned counsel's multiple motions for continuance. And the court erred in failing to grant a new trial when the alleged victim's family caused an emotional outburst in open court in the presence of the jury prior to deliberations. Number four, the trial court failed to disallow the opinion testimony of the state's rebuttal expert witness, Dr. Tanya Warner, MD, after the state failed to disclose before trial that the witness had formed a new opinion. And finally, five, the state committed prosecutorial misconduct by essentially making a second closing argument instead of a rebuttal argument. Really? Okay. Going after Mr. J, are you now? Oh, this is just... Okay, I want to know who rules on this. You're wanting to go over the judge's head on this one, right? So I don't think Cranick can rule on this, right? Am I right? I don't know. How does this work? Somebody tell me. Argument 1. In the above styled and numbered case, the defendant has approximately 7 court-appointed attorneys prior to the undersigned counsel taking her case. She should, all because of herself, all because of what she did, all because of the way she acted. Undersigned counsel took on the above case because he was concerned that Miss Boone would not have an attorney to represent her at trial. Well, the above case was very complex, even for a seasoned trial. Of course, she's going to say that. Even for a seasoned trial attorney who was the public defender of the first use. Of course, he's going to throw out his own thing. Okay, the above case was very complex, even for a seasoned trial attorney who was the public defender of the first judicial circuit for years, as well as having a thriving private practice. It was thriving so much that he could close it down all to take on Sarah's case for free. So he says. Okay. It was apparent to undersigned trial counsel that Miss Boone would be grossly ill-prepared and unequipped to handle a trial of this matter. Not our problem. I'm sorry. I need to stop putting in these little things. Y'all might think I'm reading it. Or, in fact, to handle any other phase of the trial without counsel. Well, she did it to herself. Both the Sixth Amendment as well as Rule 3.111, Florida Rules of Criminal Procedure, guarantee an indigent defendant the right to appointed counsel. See Bowden versus State and State versus Kelly and progeny. There appear to be 2 exceptions to this precedence. If the defendant physically harms or threatens to harm his or her counsel. If the trial court certifies that the defendant will not be incarcerated if found guilty, i.e., a judge trial. Should the court determine that the defendant is not entitled, that's not true, i.e., a judge trial. Should the court determine that the defendant is not entitled to court-appointed counsel due to misbehavior on the part of the defendant, the court must follow a process which protects the individual's rights to due process, as well as the defendant's right to the assistance of counsel. In the instance case, you know what, y'all? I don't think Jamie read those letters, you guys. I don't think he did. In the instant case, undersigned trial counsel would assert that Miss Boone's behavior did not rise to the level of misconduct. Really? To warrant a waiver of the right to court-appointed counsel. And if the court determines that she waived her right to court-appointed counsel, then the court failed to warn her or inform her that continued misbehavior. No, they did not. No, they did not fail that. No, nope. I sound like Daryl Brooks. Nope, not going to listen. Not listening to you anymore. The court failed to warn her or inform her that the continued misbehavior would result in a failure of the right to court-appointed counsel. Under controlling precedents, failure of the court to appoint trial counsel can result in a motion for new trial being granted. Under controlling precedents, Rule 3.111, Florida Rules of Criminal Procedure, and the Sixth Amendment, the defendant through counsel moves the court for a new trial. I'll see something really quick. Oh, he did put a certificate of service. Okay, I was just double checking, because you know how he is. Margaret, she got that certificate on there. Margaret did that. Okay, so whatever. I think that's crap because not only did Cranick do it, remind him, the other judge, the judge starts with W. The other judge reminded her. I could see his face and I can't think of his name. It's on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, he reminded her too. And I think on multiple occasions, actually, they reminded her. So yeah, Argument number 2. The court shall not deprive a defendant of his or her right to counsel of their own choice. Excuse you? Oh, okay. So failure of the trial court to grant a continuance will result in a new trial should the court deny said motion for a continuance by new counsel. Okay, so that's crap because this case has been sitting here for 4.5 years And I've watched trials where, okay, the Farrader trial. I remember they had, wasn't it Farrader? There was a trial I was watching not too long ago where a new counselor came in and they wanted to extend the trial date. And the judge was not happy about it. He's like, we've been waiting on this, I'm booked up, this and that. It was just a huge inconvenience to everybody involved, right? Because they had to keep reschedule, or they had to reschedule it. Now they did it, but it wasn't 4.5 years and 9 attorneys later. You know what I mean? It was just one of those things where it was like, okay, he worked with them on it. But this was getting ridiculous. I mean, so you file a continuance, and what would have happened? Would James Owens and Sarah had time to get into another argument, and then he would have bounced on her too? Because that's probably what would have happened if he'd had more time to work on this case. All right. So anyway, he's saying that see Perozzo versus State, see McKenzie versus State, and Jones versus State, and Deal versus State. In the instance when the undersigned counsel, okay, you know what? I want to look at all 4 of these, and I want to know, do any of these reference 4.5 years of a problem defendant who has already gone through 8 court-appointed attorneys? In the instant case, when undersigned counsel came on board, the case was 4 years old. No, actually, Jamie, it was 4 years plus. Undersigned counsel filed his notice of appearance on August the 30th of 2024. Okay, yeah. So it was 4 years and 5 months when he came on board. This gave counsel 45 days to prepare for a second-degree murder trial. Well, the judge told you, should we replay? We should replay it. Yep. Let's watch back and see what Jamie says when he's told he's not going to be given a continuance.
Mark, that takes us now then to your motion for continuance file that was filed on August 30th. Court's had the opportunity to review that motion. Any other arguments or statements with regard to that motion? Mr. Owens.
Judge, I reviewed the state case law relating to continuances and the abuse, palpable abuse of discretion when the court does not grant it, but it is critical to my theory, our theory of defense, battered spouse syndrome. As you know, that takes time to develop, especially when the motion basically speaks for itself, but we're in a time crunch. Essentially, the trial is set for October the 7th. I have to provide a notice of intent to rely on battered spouse syndrome 30 days prior, which is September 7th, which falls on a Saturday, so I believe that gives me till the next business day, Monday, September 9th. But still, 6 days for Dr. Julie Harper to come back out and visit with Ms. Boone, coupled with this other potential forensic psychologist, Dr. Michael Brandon. He's not going to have time to do that. They've got to establish a rapport with her before they can run the testing, spend the time with her. And it involves some extensive history. Obviously, that couple was together for 3 or 4 years. I still haven't peeled back all the layers. I've tried to go through it, but as you know, something like that is going to involve several instances of domestic violence that did not involve law enforcement. That was just between the two. So we've been going through that. We're trying to get some medical records where she was stabbed by Mr. Torrez in the leg, and some other evidence. It's just going to take some time, coupled with the fact that I've got to get Mr. Lane to get all this other objective evidence, witnesses, and 911 calls and arrest reports, and provide that to the 2 forensic psychologists for them to help formulate their opinion as to whether she is, in fact, that is foul. In good faith, I believe she qualifies based on my spending 3.5 hours with her Labor Day yesterday, as well as the other 4 times that I've met with her. I have not spoken to Mr. Cordelia, but I believe that was probably going to be where he was going to go. I was not, involved. I don't believe you were involved at that time. I may have been.
Not me.
Okay.
My predecessor was.
But I think it was always ready to go. And for whatever reason, he withdrew at the last moment. And then here we are. But I think it's prejudicial if we're not allowed to present the defense that we believe we have a viable claim, and I would respectfully ask. I'm not asking for, I think most times you come on a homicide case, you would need at least 6 months. I'm asking for 1 trial cycle, 2 trial cycles sometime at the end of the year or first of next year. I can be ready. I think that will give enough time for our experts to visit with Ms. Boone and formulate their opinions. I'm sure the state's going to want to take a deposition. I think they may have the right to hire their own forensic expert to go out and interview to see if they agree. But that's just going to take a little bit of time, Judge. I'm thinking 2 or 3 months, and we'll be ready to go. I'm not asking for a long continuance. The good thing about it is Mr. Padilla has done a lot of work. My understanding he's taken just about all the depositions. I believe they've been transcribed. I haven't gone through all the discovery. She's got the 2 banker's boxes. She has not gone through all the discovery. We tried, but we have not made it. My understanding is a lot of the 2-hour interrogation with the sheriff's department has been transcribed. I haven't reviewed that, but we do have a problem with that interrogation. Now, that's why I made the request about the policy. Our policy in my county, Santa Rosa County, is a little bit different. And based on my discussions with her, we feel like I'm going to need to file some motions relating to that. So, because of that, but ultimately because, yes, could I be ready for trial on October 7th? I believe I could, but not without a better spouse defense, because I don't believe my experts would be ready. And so that's instrumental in our defense.
State, do you have any position?
I guess the state would just respond to a few things. Part of this battered spouse defense has been previously investigated with several Ms. Boone's previous attorneys, and in fact, the state did retain an expert, Dr. Tanya Warner, who's on the state's witness list in this case, in anticipation of a potential rebuttal of an attempted battered spouse defense. The state's position would be that we would impose a continuance at this time. However, the state's not opposed to setting another status hearing sometime next week, possibly, where we could address this and to see if there has been any movement, anything that would either change the state's position or potentially the court's position as well.
I don't think the state's thinking it through, Judge, because if we wait a week, I've got to file a notice of intent to rely on the battered spouse on Monday. We can't wait a week that the time has expired if the judge doesn't continue it today. He wants to have a conference next week, but it's too late for him.
What's your response to the rule requiring these battered spouse or battered wife syndrome defense 30 days prior to trial?
You have to give it.
Right, but I mean, clearly when that rule was created, it contemplated that there would be sufficient time to prepare for that defense within 30 days of trial, which is why they gave 30 days, which is why the Florida Supreme Court said that 30 days, not 60, not 90, not 120.
But in good faith, you can't file a notice of intent to rely on the defense of battered spouse syndrome if you don't have a supporting psychiatrist, forensic psychiatrist that makes that claim. I just can't say, hey, I'm going to rely on it, and I'm putting you on notice. I've got to have some kind of authority. I'm not an expert. I think she meets the criteria, but I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a psychologist. I can't make that opinion. I've got to have an opinion from an expert before I can file that in good faith. I can't do it without Dr. Harper. She needs more time. Dr. Brandon needs more time.
All right, thank you. State anything else?
No.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Rhodes, it seems like you've already started to dive into the case and what the court file has reflected. So clearly you've reviewed what is in the court file and the history of this case.
Yes.
I'm sure you've read the court's June 28th order, which was extensive as to the history of this case, multiple lawyers that Ms. Boone has gone through, the reasons for the non-conflicted out lawyer basis for withdrawal, and why the court ultimately made a decision that Ms. Boone had forfeited her right to court-appointed counsel by her actions, or alternatively waived her right to court-appointed counsel by virtue of her actions. This case has been pending for some time. You advised in your motion to continue that you've met with Ms. Boone on 4 different occasions, that you just met with her yesterday for 2.5 hours, You were aware of what the order identified, which was in paragraph 6 of the order and a judge portion that trial specially set for October 7th. 2024, and that would be not continued for any reason, have such extraordinarily good cause, and such extraordinarily good cause would not include the retention of counsel. You haven't been appointed in this case. When you undertook this assignment knowing that you were not being appointed, and that by your own representation, you're doing this free of charge on a pro bono basis and not seeking recompensation for any lodging or travel. You knew what the deadlines were for the court. With regard to any of the experts, there have been multiple prior experts in this case. You already identified Dr. Julie Harper, a forensic psychologist. You advised that she's met with the defendant on 6 different occasions. She was appointed back on August 3 of 2020. Under Mr. Padilla's representation of Ms. Boone, at no point in time did Mr. Padilla file a Category A witness list disclosing Ms. Dr. Harper as a testifying expert, and as you astutely pointed out, this matter was days, if not weeks, away from being tried when Mr. Padilla moved to withdraw based on the reasons outlined in the court's June 28th order. Thereafter, Dr. Charles Heller, another forensic psychologist, was appointed on February 3rd, 2022, and again on March 1, 2022. No Category A witness list was ever disclosed with regard to Mr. Heller. Then Winston Hobson had an undisclosed expert that had met with Ms. Boone as addressed in open court on February 9, 2024. And as Mr. Hobson put it, that expert was not meeting with what Ms. Boone had desired or requested of that expert. There was another expert psychologist that was appointed by Patricia Cashman on February 28, 2024, who had expertise in battered spouse and or battered wife syndrome. There were also Dr. Linda Dore, 2 times sought to be appointed, once by Attorney Bankowitz. Dr. Dore specializes in battered wife or battered spouse syndrome. Once by Dr. Bankowitz Mr. Bankowitz, on July 17, 2023, again by Attorney Hobson on January 1, 2024. Based on the Florida Supreme Court decisions in Middleton versus State, 220 Southern 3rd 1152 and 1176, Barber v. State 221 Southern 3rd 562 at 569, there's a 2-part test determining the need of experts. We're not going to be addressing that today as you sought to file these other motions that I haven't had really the opportunity to address. And JCS is not here and had the opportunity to review those. In Ramos versus State, 75 Southern 3rd, 1277, and pinpoint 1281, by the Florida 4th DCA in 2011, citing to Lawson v. State, 884 Southern 2nd, 540, also by the Florida 4th DCA in 2004. In that case, defendant Ramos changed his defense counsel at least 4 times while this case was pending, with the latest change of counsel occurring 2 to 3 months before the actual trial date. There's no record evidence showing that any of Ramos's previous attorneys had provided ineffective assistance, and the defense had already moved for 4 continuances to prepare for trial. Similar to the Ramos case, Ms. Boone has played a prominent role in shortening the preparation time for trial, as set forth in the court's June 28th order. This case has already been continued 16 times. As of the date of your filing of your notice of appearance on August 30th, this case has been pending for 4 years, 6 months, and 4 days. On June 7th, this case was specifically set for trial on October 7th, and the June 28th order by the court specifically speaks for itself and evidences how Ms. Boone played a prominent role in shortening the time for preparation for trial when her 8th attorney, Ms. Cashman, withdrew. Ms. Boone reached the point where her right to adequate time for preparation of trial was counterbalanced by the right to the effective administration of justice. As of August 30th, when the notice of appearance was filed, there were 37 days until trial commencing in this matter. Considering the prejudice of the denial, Ms. Boone has already availed herself to 4 different attorneys that were not conflicted out, Padilla, Bankwitz, Hobson, and Cashman, and only has herself to blame for the withdrawal of those 4 attorneys based on the representations in those motions and the findings in the court's June 28th order. Discovery has been reviewed with Ms. Boone by prior counsels, is established by counsel's representations at various hearings, and prior counsel's motions for attorney's fees, all of which were filed in the month of August of 2024. Ms. Boone has had discovery in her possession since August 5, 2024. The digital discovery that the state seeks to admit at trial was provided to Ms. Boone on August 9. Although you are not court appointed, sir, the court's done its own research with regard to your expertise. You've been barred since October 15, 1986, with a duly elected public defender of the First Judicial Circuit in the state of Florida. From 2009 to 2012, you've tried over 100 cases to verdict throughout your career. You've met with Ms. Boone on 4 occasions, as outlined in your motion, not including the meeting that you had with Ms. Boone yesterday. As to the battered spouse syndrome of defense, you still have time to file the appropriate notice in accordance with the rule. And considering all the factors as set forth in terms of the state 311 Southern 3rd 185 and 189, Florida 2nd PCA 2020, your motion for continuance is denied. Matter, this trial is still set for October 7th. We will have pre-trial the 6th to 27th. Pre-trial in this matter, or trial case management will still be set for September 26th at 9 a.m.
Judge, a couple of things. Number one, I have full practice. I've got a docket day this afternoon in Santa Rosa County for Circuit Judge Scott Duncan. I have 12 clients that are pending. I've got other people covering it, but I do have a full docket. If we set some of these hearings involving my motions, could I be allowed to hear by Zoom?
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The only request I would have, sir, is the rules of general practice require a notice regarding your appearance. If you could just file a motion and provide a form order, I'll sign it and you can appear virtually. There's no reason for you to drive all the way down from Santa Rosa County for all these hearings when we can appear virtually. JACS, I imagine, will be appearing virtually for some of these motions with regard to the experts. So as long as you file a notice in advance, sir, I've got no problems with that.
Judge, in that pre-trial order, it mentioned, I thought, that the state attorney was supposed to meet with the defendant and the defendant's investigator and review all the digital evidence from the order. That's the way I read it. They were supposed to sit there all together and watch every potential video exhibit the state was going to introduce at trial. That has not happened. I think today was the deadline for that. I don't mind extending that because I'm going to need to look at the evidence.
With regard to the digital, the deadline, you are correct, sir. The deadline was today, based on the August 5 order. If it did not happen before then, as I outlined at the beginning, there was a change to that process. A thumb drive was provided in open court to Mr. Lang on August 9. He then provided it to Ms. Boone, a thumb drive of the specific digital evidence that the state is seeking to admit at trial, based on the witness and exhibit list that was filed under seal on August 9. Ms. Boone had the opportunity to review that information at that time.
All right, I'm going to ask for more time for me to review the digital exhibits they intend to introduce. I don't know if they've been redacted. I don't know if they're originals, but I'm going to need to look at that. I went to the jail yesterday. I had let them know in advance that I was coming. I believe my secretary had emailed them and said I wanted to bring in my laptop and my phone to view evidence and whatnot. I was not allowed to bring in my laptop and phone yesterday for 3.5 hours. So I didn't get done a lot of the things that I wanted to get done within that period of time. Probably would have stayed there a lot longer if I would have had that capability. So I would ask for some more time to be able to look, for me to look through the digital evidence as to what I assume it's being redacted. I know some of the audio in terms of clients' comments my client made, comments the officers made, some of it is, in my opinion, improper to be presented before the jury. So I'd like some extra time to be able to do that.
Steve?
I'm not certain, is he asking for a continuance again? What is the extra time that he's seeking?
What is it you're asking for? Extra time to do what?
The way I understand the order, I'm looking at paragraph 4 of the scheduling order and notice of hearings that, Judge, you signed August the 5th. Paragraph 4, the state's digital evidence will be reviewed with the state's investigator, the defendant, The defense investigator no later than September 3rd, 2024. This evidence viewing can be done in advance of September 3rd deadline. The state shall provide the defendant USB drive with station. They never viewed it with my client in its entirety. As the order states, they were to do by today. So the state attorney has failed to comply with the court's order. I'm saying I haven't had a chance to view it either. Can we reset that deadline?
Give me a moment. On August 9th, Mr. Owens, we had a different hearing. And at that hearing, we addressed the digital discovery review. Mr. Lane was here. There was a USB provided in open court. And the August 9 order and notice of hearing identifies a change to that August 5 order. Specifically in paragraph 4, prison break investigations by and through investigator Billy Lane shall take possession and custody of the USB jump drive, which contains the state's digital evidence, tendered in open court on August 9, 2024, and shall provide same to Major Malik X. Muhammad at the Orange County Jail today, August 9. Paragraph 6, prison break investigation shall follow a court notice reflecting that the discovery in the USB jump drive, which contains the state digital evidence, was provided to Major Malik X. Muhammad at the Orange County Jail, including the date and time of the transfer. Such a notice was provided by Mr. Lane and filed in the court file. It was discussed at that August 9 hearing as to the revising of the digital evidence schedule. Paragraph 8 states that on August 14th, 2024, 1:30 p.m., a hearing will be held, courtroom 12A, regarding defendant's review of the USB jump drive, which contains the state's digital evidence. The defendant's August 7th letter to the court, provided to the court on August 9, and the media's participation in the physical evidence viewing on September 3, 2024, the pertinent case law is attached. On August 14th, we had a hearing, we discussed that, and we identified that she had the deadline until August 23rd to make any objections. Now, under the original scheduling order, which said this matters, which on August 5, which set the schedule for when there would be deadlines for objections, those would be extended by good cause shown. Are you seeking at this point in time to extend the deadline for a period for objections which has since expired?
Yes.
Okay, state?
No.
Okay. How much time would you like, sir, in order to review the state's digital evidence that it seeks to admit into evidence and tender any objections?
I've got to go live. Jump drive. I've got to take it down to his office. He's going to give me that evidence. Obviously, I need to review it with my client. I've got a flight out of here around, I think, 4 o'clock. I don't know if I can get it done by then, but I don't see the necessity of an issue, maybe a week prior to trial. Whatever that is, a week prior to that Monday, October the 7th, the week prior.
State?
I'm going to be amenable to setting a status hearing that week.
Here's what we're going to do. We'll address any objections to any of the discovery when we have trial case management on the 26th.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Anything else, Terry?
Give me 1 minute.
Sure. State, anything else?
Not this time, Your Honor.
Madam Clerk is going to work beautifully to, it's already done? Excellent. I'll have Ms. Barrios, my judicial assistant, forward these to JCS and see if we can coordinate a hearing. State will have till close of business September 10th to file responses to motion for statement of particulars and motion for additional discovery. Parties have no business before the court. You'll have a fabulous day.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks, sir.
Can I have a word with Sarah?
Absolutely.
He immediately and aggressively began to prepare for trial. Undersigned counsel did his best to prepare. He did his best, Judge. He did his best. Undersigned counsel did his best to prepare for trial by traveling to Orlando from Milton on multiple occasions, both for meeting with Miss Boone and attending multiple hearings. This is ridiculous. Who do these people think they are? Oh my God, I have never in my life. Despite his best attempts to prepare for trial, it was impossible to adequately prepare for unforeseen issues arising during trial. A prime example of this would be reviewing hundreds of pages of text from Miss Boone's seized cell phone, viewing all records of prior contact of Miss Boone and the alleged victim with law enforcement, including inadmissible hearsay by the alleged victim to law enforcement regarding Miss Boone being the aggressor at times. Okay, well, I mean, it already happened and it was ruled on, and it is what it is. Counsel, for all purposes, closed his law practice down to prepare for trial, but due to the short time frame, even with the assistance of other attorneys, was simply logistically unable to be as prepared for trial as he would have liked to be, and Miss Boone was entitled to. Under the controlling case cited supra, the court's failure to grant undersigned counsel's motions for continuance should result in a new trial. No, no, no. You knew what you were getting into. You chose to take it. It is what it is. Sit down, Owens. Prior to jury deliberations, the alleged victim's family members began to audibly and visibly get upset and departed the courtroom. Oh, okay. So they're not allowed to get upset about the fact that she killed his son. Now, remember, I can say that now because, hello, she's been convicted. Undersigned counsel timely moved for a mistrial, requesting a new trial. Yes, we remember when you threw a fit in the courtroom, James. The court did not give any curative instructions or address whether the outburst could adversely affect the jury's deliberations. He did move on pretty quickly on that, I will say that, but I felt like, I mean, no one has control over that. There's nothing you could do about that. I've seen it happen a ton of times that somebody gets upset and then the jury sees it. There's nothing you can do about that. Yeah, appeal it. Florida appellate courts have held that the failure of the court to grant a curative instruction or a mistrial can result in the necessity of granting a new trial. Then appeal it, boo. Appeal it. Take it over to the appellate court. The court is unable to determine if this outburst affected the jury's decision because no injury was made. Under controlling precedents, the defendant is entitled to a new trial. You were unable to determine if the outburst affected the jury's decision. Well, there was a lot of things we were wondering if it affected the jury's decision, but when you come back in an hour and 25 minutes with a guilty verdict, and here's the thing, y'all. They probably said, we don't need to leave, and we can fill that paperwork out right here in the jury box. We don't need to go back there. I just looked at the guy next to me. We're like, this is a no-brainer. Let's roll. Let's do this. Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, I will say this. James Owens, he tried. He did his best. He did the best he could, Judge. Argument number 4. The trial court failed to disallow the opinion testimony of the state's rebuttal expert witness, Dr. Tanya Warner. Yeah, we knew all this was coming, but so this part right here, it irritates the hell out of me because it took, it's not almost a whole day that we spent on this crap with him, going back and forth with this witness. It says that after the state failed to disclose before trial that the witness had formed a new opinion relating to whether the defendant perceived an imminent threat at the time of the offense. This issue was discussed extensively in the expert witness's deposition taken on October 4th of 2024. Oh, you mean that deposition where she said you didn't ask the right question? You didn't ask her? Where you said that deposition. Oh, I know what deposition you're talking about. You're talking about that one where she said, well, you didn't ask me. Oh, yeah. The state committed prosecutorial misconduct by failing to disclose his new opinion as agreed, or this new opinion as agreed in the deposition mentioned above. Okay, whatever, Jamie. In addition, the state's expert opinion on whether the defendant perceived an imminent threat necessary for the justifiable use of force and battered spouse syndrome testified to before the jury was improper. Bah. The state's expert, Dr. Tanya Warner, MD, admitted she had not listened to the defendant's testimony before the jury. Before forming her opinion on this ultimate issue of fact. In addition, Dr. Warner failed to listen to the testimony of Dr. Michael Brannon and Dr. Julie Harper before expressing her opinion. Furthermore, the state's expert testimony on this issue of whether the defendant received an imminent threat at the time of the event violates the province of the jury. Okay, well, there's not a whole lot of threat going on there when he's in a suitcase and he can't get out. To say that she was going to let him out of the suitcase and then he was going to come after her afterwards, I think all of that has been thrown out the window when you look at, y'all have a new cat. I didn't want another cat. I have a blind cat. And now I have another cat. And his name, I haven't named him yet. And he's like a little baby. He's so needy and clingy. I'm not used to this. He wants to be up in my face all the time. I can't have that. So we're having to learn each other's personalities a little bit here. Okay. I'll tell you the story about how I found him, where I found him another time. People want to listen to this. We'll talk about it at another time. Okay. See, here's the problem I have with this. As I was saying, it doesn't matter. None of that matters, because when you look at what goes back to the jury, if you were to sit here and poll the jury right now and say, if you had heard this or that, or if you knew this or that, would it have mattered? I guarantee you they all would have said no, it doesn't matter. Oh God, I would love to hear from one of those jurors. I would love to hear from one of those jurors. I mean, obviously they didn't spend a whole lot of time deliberating and getting to know one another, but I don't know. I feel like one of them could say, yeah, I mean, it was the video. Was it the video of him in the suitcase, or was it the video? See, to me, I think it was a combination of him in the suitcase added on with all those videos we saw of how she talked to him, how she treated him. She's a complete crazy lunatic, and the jury saw that, and she convicted herself, and there's no way around it. James Owens could have bribed the entire jury, and they still would have found her guilty. I mean, it's that bad, you know what I mean? Okay, so anyway, moving on. Furthermore, the state's expert testimony on this issue of whether the defendant perceived an imminent threat at the time of the event violates the province of the jury. Witnesses are prevented from expressing their conclusion when the opinion only tells the jury how to decide the case and does not help the jury determine what occurred. I don't know what he's talking about. When a witness is asked to express an opinion that applies a legal standard to a set of facts, the opinion testimony is generally inadmissible. Well, Section 90703 does not permit a witness to testify to legal conclusions or express an opinion upon questions of substantive law. This testimony may interfere with the function of the trial judge to determine the applicable law and to instruct the jury thereon. All right, and then finally, argument 5. The state committed prosecutorial misconduct by essentially making a second closing argument instead of a rebuttal argument. Counsel for the state made a second closing argument posed as a rebuttal. Wherefore, premises considered, the defendant seeks the relief sought herein, as well as any other relief to which she may be entitled. The defendant requests a hearing in this matter. Okay, so here's my thing. He did give case law in the other pieces. He didn't give case law in this last piece, so that's probably just a jab at Jay. I don't think this is going to go anywhere. I just feel like Sarah's gotten enough of time in the limelight, and it's time to move on. You had your shot. You kept pissing everybody off. The things that she would say, and you know what the beautiful part of this is, guys? It's not just that, it's not hearsay. It's not, she said this about me, or she did this, or she did that, and that's why I want it out. She wrote letters to the court system, to the judge, and to her attorneys. It's all in writing. So once again, what's going to bite Sarah in the ass on this is going to be her own doing. And I'm here for it. I love it. Let me grab my popcorn, or in my case, some almonds, and a Diet Coke, and let's just sit and watch this play out. I put a couple of contradictions for Sarah together for you guys. I thought this would be extra special.
But you do say that you are intimate. Are you guys intimate every single night?
No, not every single night.
Okay.
But I mean,
did you think it was gonna happen last night?
Yes.
Did you guys talk about it, or you just assumed like, oh, we're probably gonna have sex tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is normally after we do the puzzles and artwork and everything, yes.
Okay.
Go get him.
Well, I'm going to, but I'm gonna try to get somebody else here. What's his name?
George.
George?
I'm sitting here.
Okay. And I have to ask this too, when's the last time you guys slept together?
Had sex
Mm-hmm.
3 weeks ago. We were just having a good time.
Okay.
Just enjoying each other's company. Dancing with the dogs.
Mm-hmm. At any point, when he was in the suitcase, did you hear him say, please let me out?
No.
Was he?
We were laughing about it.
Yeah, okay.
Sarah, I can't fucking breathe, babe. Seriously.
Did you make any jokes about it? Oh, you're in the suitcase, because I know you had said that you were left upstairs and he didn't basically come find you. Did you make any jokes about, oh, okay, well, now you're in the suitcase?
No.
Okay.
Sarah.
Fuck you.
Sarah.
Stupid.
Sarah.
That's my name. Don't wear it up.
But I'm assuming the game was over, like you guys weren't gonna continue to play hide and seek anymore? Like you went upstairs and went into the room?
Right, waiting for him.
Okay. And you said you laid down?
Yes, the dogs got in the bed.
Do you guys sleep together in the room every single night?
Yes.
Yes?
Does he normally come up to bed, or will he do the typical guy thing where he's downstairs and will fall asleep on the couch?
I mean, he's done that before just because of his crappy day that he had, but yes, we sleep in the same bed.
You normally sleep in the
Yes.
same bed. Do you guys go to bed at the same time?
Most of the time, yes. But because he's been very excited about looking for a job, he might stay downstairs for half an hour, 45 minutes, and then would come upstairs and he and I would watch movies together until it was just, okay, there's no more movies that we want to watch. And then we would just turn the lights off and go to sleep. So you remember this?
Oh, I know. Just saying.
I want to go to sleep. Go downstairs. I told you not to step foot in the bedroom. So what do? Don't step foot in this bedroom.
And is that where you slept last night? Did you sleep in the middle of the bed? Did you sleep on your side of the bed?
I slept on my side.
Your side? Okay. And I noticed there's like one pillow on the bed, and then there were like 3 up against the closet.
Mm-hmm.
Are those his pillows, and he brings them into bed, or what's?
No, when I woke up, what I normally do is, I don't know if you noticed the mice that we have in there, Lucas's mice.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll make the bed, clean the mouse cage, and then go downstairs.
Okay.
So, but what I'm saying is that normally I'll fix that upstairs and then I'll head downstairs.
Okay.
So that's why those were over here, was because I was trying to fix the bed a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Were they in the bed prior? Like when you went to sleep, how many pillows were in your bed?
We only have the 2.
You 2. Okay.
Well, it's the 2 white ones and the pink ones. When we watch movies, we'll put behind the white one, and then the bird pillow just goes in between everybody else.
Okay. Do you use one pillow to sleep, or you each have one, right? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Photo 86 from the composite.
This is the door leading to the other bedroom upstairs.
Did this other bedroom also contain a bathroom?
Yes, it did.
I don't know if he was leaving or not, guys. I'm still waiting to hear, just like y'all are.
90 from the composite.
I can't figure it out.
This is the bed within that bedroom.
Okay, so you just basically didn't finish making the bed. is my understanding. That's why the pillows are up against there's like 3 pillows
Correct.
up against the closet.
Yes.
They're like standing.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I'll move all the pillows off and then I'll shake out the bed and then put everything back together.
Okay. Did he say anything to you while he was in the suitcase? I know you guys were laughing, joking, but was any jokes made? Was anything said?
No, nothing negative or anything like, I'm telling you.
Just
like,
anything that he said, like.
We were laughing about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and I waited for him upstairs.
Okay.
Sarah, I can't fucking breathe, babe. Seriously.
Yeah, that's when you do and you choke me.
Sarah.
I literally went upstairs to wait for him.
Was the line, was it all gone at this point while you guys were playing hide and seek?
I think so.
Okay. I mean, I don't know how often you drink, but would you say that you were under the influence and he was under the influence, or?
Well, I mean, we weren't drunk.
Weren't drunk. Okay.
We weren't drunk. I mean, we had a handful of glasses throughout the evening.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we weren't like inebriated.
Wriggle around some. Might want to get video for it extra. Because I got this.
Sarah.
Wriggle around
Sarah.
There was no ill will between the two of us last night.
For everything you've done to me.
Sarah.
For everything you've done to me.
Sarah.
Fuck you. Yeah, that's when you do and you choke me.
Sarah. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
That's on you.
I can't breathe, babe.
Oh. That's what I feel like when you drink on me.
Sarah.
Fuck you.
Fucking breathe, Sarah.
Yeah.
So I think that, of course, because he can't support me, has been bothering him, which is why I bought a new puzzle for the two of us to do.
Right.
And that's what we were working on in the painting.
Okay. Do you guys normally argue often, not often, weekly, every other?
It all depends on like if he had a good day or a bad day kind of thing, where he would just be happy to come home and see me because he knows that it's going to get better. And then most of the time he would go for a drink and we would sit on the back porch. He would tell me about his day.
Mm-hmm.
I always bother you. I always bore you. You don't listen to me. Yesterday was my first day at work, remember? And I ended up 90% hearing about your day and 10% about mine.
You don't bother me or anything.
Last night when you said you went upstairs, do you have like a ritual that you do prior to going to bed? Like you brush your teeth, wash your face, put on TV? Is there any like normal things that you do?
Me and myself?
Mm-hmm.
No. I mean, I'll go upstairs, maybe like rinse my mouth out with Listerine.
Okay. Do you recall what you did last night?
I just got in the bed with the dogs.
Okay.
And when she passes out, is she like out cold?
Oh, she's out.
Like how difficult would it be to like wake her?
Well, I mean, if I were to like shake her or something,
Right.
I could probably wake her up. But me making a phone call or noise probably wouldn't do it.
Okay. And would she be like in the middle of doing something and just like out cold, or would she go to bed
Yeah,
and
it would
just be out cold?
Yeah, she wouldn't like fall over or anything. It would be more of a lay down and then she just out.
Right. Okay.
That was last night. She was drunkenly texting me.
Last night?
Yeah.
What time?
That was 11 o'clock at night. I think that was
Last night was Sunday. Does it say?
Oh, that's Saturday. Never mind.
Saturday.
That was Saturday night when I was watching the baseball game.
Okay.
Yesterday, which is that, she said her account was in the negative, so I transferred her a little bit of money to get her out of the negative.
She sent you. Oh, that was the morning. Okay, so she thanked you at 11:56 that morning.
Yeah.
Right.
Ma'am, I'm first going to show you the video taken from Publix on February 23rd, 2020 at approximately 12:15 p.m. Could you please identify the victim and the defendant on this video?
This is the defendant, this is the victim.
Do you see the bottle of wine that was purchased in this video?
Yes, it's right here.
Okay, so do you recall what time you went to bed?
I know that it was after midnight.
Okay. How do you know that? Like, what makes you remember that?
Because I walked up the stairwell and we have a clock that's on top.
Okay, so it's after midnight. Do you think it was before 1 a.m. though? Was it between midnight and 1 or?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, if I had to say, it was like 12:30-ish.
Okay.
We had a conversation about the incident and your involvement a few days ago, earlier this week, I believe on Tuesday. And after looking through Sarah's call logs, I noticed that she called you on February 23rd, which would be the Sunday night at around 23:46 hours, that's military time, but in normal time, that's 11:46 hours. Do you recall that phone call?
I do, well, somewhat. I was asleep when she called. So she woke me up. I was half asleep when I was talking to her. She did sound very inebriated.
Okay.
I don't remember what all I'm kind of used to her calling drunk late at night and things like that, so it didn't faze me as anything out of the ordinary. I basically just kind of got her off the phone and told her I'm going back to sleep and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay. You said that she sounded inebriated, like she was drunk?
Yeah, I mean, she didn't sound like, it's hard. I was half asleep at the time. I don't think I remember hearing anything bad in the background or anything that would have caused me concern, but I don't really remember it that well.
Okay. But she was under the influence of alcohol based off of your knowledge of just knowing her and knowing when and when she's not under the influence.
Yeah. As soon as I heard her start talking, I almost kind of just zoned out away from it because she says all kinds of nonsense when she does this late at night, and I was trying to get her off the phone so I could go back to sleep. Yes.
Okay, and when you went upstairs, you and George no longer having a conversation, laughing about the suitcase. You just decided to go upstairs.
No, we were laughing about it.
Okay, so you continued to joke about it as you were going upstairs, thinking he'll just get himself out, and then.
Yes, that's why I didn't close it all the way. That's why I didn't close it all the way. I'm like, he'll be up here in a minute now. But then I guess I dozed off.
Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. Sarah, I can't breathe. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
In the course of your interview with the defendant, you were relayed information that I guess she had gone to Publix the previous day. Is that correct? In the course of speaking with her, did you learn that she had gone to Publix?
Yes, I was under the impression that that George had gone to Publix.
Did you follow up with that Publix for surveillance video in this case?
Yes, I went to the Publix to gather surveillance video.
Ma'am, I'm first going to show you the video taken from Publix on February 23rd, 2020 at approximately 12:15 p.m. Ma'am, using the laser pointer, could you please identify the victim and the defendant on this video?
This is the defendant, and this is the victim.
You can advance the video. Do you see the bottle of wine that was purchased in this video?
Yes, it's right here.
We could move on to the publication of the second surveillance video. Can you identify Mr. Torrez for us in this video?
Yes, it's right here.
Is that the second bottle of wine?
Yes.
All right.
Did she drink daily?
I think pretty much.
Okay. And do you know, like, her drink of choice?
That would be vodka.
Vodka.
Or wine, but vodka is the big one.
I know how much vodka was in that bottle. And what's the bottle now?
Kind of to throw it out.
What does that mean?
When we drink.
The bottle's empty. I know how much vodka was in there. Enough for 2 people to have a really good time. And who drank it? I want it to be documented that I'm leaving you, which means that you're getting out. You're getting out. You're getting out.
Nobody's leaving nobody. Stop.
So that's what I have for you guys so far. That's just part, y'all. It's taken me so long just to put those little pieces together. But I keep thinking about what Cranick would give her. And I think about the fact that I think he is going to bring into play all of her past behavior towards the court. I definitely think he's going to bring into play how she couldn't get along with her attorneys, because I think that's fair. That shows her lack of remorse and lack of respect for the entire system. So I think he would be incorrect by not bringing it in. And I think he'll be careful on how he does it and how he says it and everything. But I just think that all that has to be spoken about at her sentencing. And I hope that the victim's family, I hope George's family can get up and speak. I hope his mom can. And you know what would be just, because she's always said, I don't hate Sarah. It would be amazing after all of this if his mom got up and said something like, I forgive you and God bless you, or something like that. And that would be about the way these kind of things end, you know?
Down and under it, just a twist, hit, ping, take, paper clip, cling it to a head jacket, zip. Know that, you won't get it acquit. Yeah, know that, the hour is drawing near. The case is resting, Sarah Boone should fear. She might soon be shedding actual tears. Down under that, just a twisted pink paper clip, clinging to a bit of jagged zip, doing nothing more than slip and stick. As Sarah tries to hide her abusive lies, but know that no, it's you, Sarah, we all despise. Leaving you with your lifetime of demise from your sad attempts being the victimized. Know that, yeah, know that, know that, know that. All that you're really gonna see is Prosecutor Jay giving proof to the jury of your murderous crime for commissary. 6-panel conviction arrived at convincingly. Oh, Sarah, can't you tell that your time has come to ring the bell? And let your fans throw you some small slice of hell. The bailiffs will be waiting, cuffs in hand, since you fumbled and flopped all over the stand. So go on, say bye, 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 bye to your circus jaunt. Go on ahead, keep pretending to flit and flaunt. You'll soon be in your brand new prison haunt. Damn it, Margaret. Oh, Sarah, know that now is your time to return to your jailhouse lies. Your face and sob story past its prime. Yeah, know that, know that. All that you're really gonna see is Prosecutor Jay convincing the jury of your murderous and dangerous lies. A sad attempt at trying to be the victimized. No, no, not happening on board DAJ Enterprise. Clip, clinging to a bit of jagged zip, which does nothing more than slip and stick. As Sarah tries to hide her abusive lies, but know that no, it's you, Sarah, we all despise. Your angry and controlling attitude won't spare you any grace or fortitude. From the truth, the jury all can see that the time is here, your taunts aside, to return to your crummy jail slide. Your face and sob story are past the prime, so go on, say bye, 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 bye to your circus jaunt. Go on ahead and keep pretending to flit and flaunt, because you'll soon be in your brand new prison haunt. Damn it, Margaret. Just a twisted pink paper clip, clinging to a bit of jagged zip. Yeah, know that you won't get an acquit from all your murderous and dangerous lies. Pathetic, you claim to be the real victimized. No, no, not happening on board DAJ Enterprise. Damn it, Margaret.